Brother Marines, we've returned again. Today. Brother Marines, we return today, on this day, today, Saturday, for another hobby night in Canada. We've gotten this far. Who would have even thought we would have gotten this far? We're in the final details of the Thunderhawk. The pilots, the lamps and lights on the exterior of the hull, some of the ones on the inside of the canopy, targeting lights. And then, unless I'm missing something, unless there's something that I have missed, or that I noticed and forgot about, that's all the details. That's all the different details that need to be done. And after that, then we just need to give it a wash. We just need to give it that shade. After that, that's all that it needs. Now, there may be a few parts that might need to be cleaned up. It's possible there might be a spot where a highlight was missed. And I know there's a couple parts that I need to continue doing because they were not done in a way that was quite satisfying to the end. And we'll get to that in a minute. So, what do we have on the table right now? Well, you might be growing familiar with these parts, seeing them so frequently. But here they are. So we've got the canopy right here, which I'm going to need to do the lights on the inside there. I'm going to need to do these controls and lights on the inside of the canopy, and decide whatever I'm doing that as. And then, I think there's a spot on one of the windows where a little bit of black paint hit. So I'm gonna need to figure out which side it's on, and then try to find something to scrape it off really gently. Oh, and there's one other thing. This back part here is totally visible when the canopy rests. So there's a good chance I'm going to want to cover this back half here with a little bit of brown and a little bit of red, and then give it a little bit of a highlight just to make it match the rest of that. So that's what's in the works for that piece. And then for these front wings, we're gonna have these lamps here, which I just looked up a video on Warhammer's YouTube channel, and I'm just gonna do it that way, I think, for the lamps, for the just straight up lamps. Because that's what that looks like. They just look like lamps. Then again, what even are these? Are these like targeters? Are they lamps? What are the lights on the top of the Thunderhawk canopy? What are those? Because that would definitely alter my decisions on how to paint them, rather than me making up what they are. And then on these main wings, there's going to be these lamps right here, which I'll be doing the same way. I'll be doing it the way that I found on the Warhammer's YouTube channel, how to paint lamps. And then beyond that, we're going to have the heavy bolters, which all have like a targeting laser, I'm going to call it. But they also seem to have like a little camera or light or something next to them. And I'm thinking that the light next to them, I'm going to do the same way that I do the las cannon scopes and sniper scopes. And the, I guess like the lens that was on like the las cannon for the dreadnought, where I'm going to do that in gold. Hey Graham. I'm having a pretty good weekend so far. I hope your weekend's going good. Good to see you. And same with these ones, where I'm gonna just try to give that like a red dot sort of targeter. So red dots for the heavy bolters, some gold targeting lenses, which now I'm almost wondering, are these lamps or are these targeting lenses? See, if I had some kind of answer as to what some of these were, it would, if I had some kind of more of a knowledge as to what they were, I would be able to choose how to paint them so much easier. So, as for this though, I think that that's pretty well a basic rundown of what I'm wanting to get done. So, what I'm going to do today, right now, with the way that I have this organized, I'm going to start with, instead of how I do it usually, where I start with the smallest pieces, I'm going to start with the biggest pieces. I'm going to start with these wings, because these things are getting in the way. They are big and cumbersome, and they are just getting in the way of my forward-moving progress. So we're going to move them out of the way by getting them done. So I'm going to get all these paints back here. I don't know why I have all these paints, but apparently I have brought all of these down. Probably because it's easier than sorting through what I need than just to grab everything. So I'm going to start with these. I know that one of these needs some cleanup. I think that it's on the inside of one of these. Yeah, there's a little bit of red that hit the silver there. on both sides. So I'm going to want to go over that with a little bit of silver. So I can save that for a later step when I'm going to need to be using silver again for the lamps. And I'm also just going to turn this music down just a touch. Tell me if that's too quiet. If the music's too quiet, let me know. It just seemed like it was a little bit too loud. I couldn't hear my own thoughts. So I'm going to start with these. And I'm going to go back to doing that silver step once I'm finished with these lamps. So, for now, what was it? This one's the dead one? Which one's this one? Ceramite white. So we gotta give that ghost wank so we can get our white fluid shaken up. Is this one all fucked? I'm gonna turn this light on too. For whatever little help that's gonna give. But is this pot all fucked? Let's find out. Oh, buddy. What is that? There is like a paint booger. Maybe if I just really shake this thing up for a little bit, it will stop being like that. Alright, so now this is the stream now. The stream is now essentially watching me jerk off a paint pot. Because it's really blobby in there. So, I mean, if you thought that this was gonna be less jerking around and... well, you were wrong. You're gonna be done quick, right? Right? Okay. All my white Citadel paints are like dry blocks of powder. Yeah, I don't know what's with that. Hey, Peggy! How's it going? Good to see you. We're just giving it that ghost wank because the paint is a blob of gum. That's looking mildly better. Okay, so let's get our brush and then put some paint on the palette. And let's get some of these lamps done. So once again, I am taking instructions that I got off of Warhammer's YouTube channel. So if this looks ass, I get to blame some bald guy that was on Warhammer's channel going, "This is how you paint lamps." And if it's unfair that I described him as some bald guy, I don't know his name, he's some guy, and the way that I recognize him is that he was bald. So I am going to very carefully, if I can, oh, is that still way too much on the brush? Alright. At a certain point where trying to be careful with what I was trying to do just became pointless, it was like, you know, fuck it, let's just paint the whole thing. So, sorry for not being in frame. Sometimes this thing's a little bit hard to keep in frame, especially when I'm trying to make it not contact the other wing. Okay, so I'm just gonna, while I still have some of that on the palette, I'm just gonna go for this one. Oh, that dried up real quick. Okay. We're going in full throttle. That's gonna keep paint drying off our backs. Alright, so let's go for broke on this one. So the method here, the method to this madness, am I not even in the frame? Huh. Wonderful. I might need to move the camera. That could be the problem right there, right? Let's just reposition the camera ever so slightly. There's a bit of a ring around it too, so I guess that's fine. So I'm gonna want to now, by following the instructions that were on Warhammer's YouTube. Okay, so now we're going to use, I don't know, this isn't the one that they used, but this is the one that I'm gonna use, because that's the yellow that I have. Welcome to the world. Now we're gonna give this a yellow ghost wink. We gave it a white one before. And I don't think that this yellow's been mixed with medium, so I'm probably going to need to do that on the palette. Ugh, gotta go faster. Ah, okay. Hi, Tony. Oh, you hear the stream starting. Oh, and here you are, licking your chops. Well, I don't got the Tony cam set up. Right now the Tony cam's doing a toy cam. It's toy time right now. What if I just gave you cookies and I just promised that I totally did it and everybody watching just totally believed me? I'm gonna have to show off Tony, aren't I? Alright, I'm gonna have to show off there actually is a real Tony. My paints are all Citadel except for the white paint that I get from a crafty supply store that sells beads and paper and foam. Okay, well, get your white paint from there. Get it from your local store. Beat the rush. Try Loom today. Okay, so now I'm supposed to paint these yellow. Because this video was like 2 minutes long, and it wasn't very complicated. It was paint it white, paint it yellow, highlight the yellow with white at the top, fix the grill. That was the instructions on Warhammer's YouTube channel on how to do these. Is there no paint left on this brush? What's going on here? Get in the center part. Get on my model. What the fuck? Okay. We're going right back to the pot. Alright, model. Oh, it's not you, it's the other one. Okay. I guess I just need to let that dry a little bit. Now, I still don't know exactly what I'm wanting to do for a couple of them. So I'm gonna need to, like, make some quick decisions here. These ones that go at the front, so they go in front of these wings, right? These ones go kind of next to the cockpit. They're kind of lined up somewhere around, like lower than the canopy, but they're somewhere like that. So... I don't know, does that look like... what does that look like? Could be a camera. So maybe I'll do those different. Maybe I'll do those different. Let's swap some things up. Let's do things a little different. Alright, so now for these, I'm gonna want that white again. I'm gonna let those dry, though, actually. So, what I am gonna do... is I'm gonna get some of my brassy brass. Because the name on the label has long worn off years and years ago, so I have no idea what the actual name of that paint is. So it is... brassy brass. Here is brassy brass paint. It's very brassy. So if I can just get some of this, scoop it out of the nozzle, because apparently it is so thick and dying, and I'm going to need to replace this at such a... like, why did my paints all die in the last year? All the paints, they gave up hope. Hope in me. Hope in the Emperor. It became stagnant and rotten. Plagued with Nurgle. I don't know, maybe I could try putting a little bit of medium in there, but I'm kind of hesitant about putting medium in a metallic. But I'm gonna need to put some in that anyway that's on the palette. Because it's so... it is... maybe I might need to put some medium in there. That might fix it. Here, let's put some medium here. Mix this right up here on the palette. Get this nice little... just a little bit. You don't need too much. And here's what I'm gonna go for. Gotta tell me a story about paint? Once upon a time, in the kingdom of paint, there was a young paint princess. Now the paint princess wanted all the people of the paint kingdom to be able to be any color of paint that they wanted to be. But the Paint King, the evil Paint King, denied the people of Paintopia to be the paint that they wanted to be. Somebody wanted to be zebra paint, and the Paint King said, "No, that doesn't even make sense." So the Paint Princess defeated the Paint King, overthrew him, became more powerful than him, and ruled the galaxy as the Paint Empress. And when people would refuse the freedom that she offered them with her paint powers, she would force freedom upon them, and they would become more free than they could ever imagine. And when I was 8, my friends and I go to a teaching assistant. Crafting project is okay. Disgusting blobby paints? What the fuck are you talking about? Alright. I have a feeling that this is definitely going to need... Didn't your school have those inconsistent cheap paints? Like, was it like a plastic tray that had like a brick and you would put water in it? Shit, what was I doing? These. That is way too thin. I'm just gonna apply some keep it simple stupid method here. Like a washing liquid bottle with paint that was very thick. Oh, I mean, maybe. A lot of acrylic paint comes like that. A lot of really cheap acrylic paint just comes in like a squeeze bottle. In fact, the paint that I did my Space Marine costume with was all just like cheap dollar store squeeze bottle paint. 100%. Ah, jeez. Although, you know what? Admittedly, I believe there is a layer of spray paint underneath it all that is like Mephiston red or something like that. It was like some kind of spray paint. I think there was. Okay, so now that those pieces have had a little bit of that gold done in the way that I want them to. Or the brass. They have the brass done. So now I'm going to get the goldy gold. And you know what? I am going to mix a little bit of that medium in there. And I might need to do the same thing for the gold, too. So let's see if I can just carefully rest that right there. And we're going to do some paint surgery right here. This is paint... This is paint necromancy. Just need a little bit. Yeah, I was expecting that might squeeze out the top because it was getting kind of trapped up there. Alright. So now, hopefully, that's going to be able to be shaken up a bit. The teacher assistant kept taking small amounts of the paint onto her finger and then eating the paint. Okay, that's a very interesting story so far. Go on. I did not expect it to take such a turn. Alright, now... okay, I'm probably gonna have to do the same thing with this one, because that lid looks like that is gunked up. And I don't have anything to kind of clear it, so... Oh, wow. I'm gonna try the same trick here with this gold. Hey, Pezza, how's it going? I'm just doing some hobby night tonight. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Warhammer, but I am working on a Thunderhawk gunship from the Warhammer 40,000 Horus Heresy range of models. Finally managed to see me live, yeah. Well, here I am. In the flesh. Or, I guess digitally. I mean, I'm not, like, there. Technology hasn't gotten to that point where, like, the meat 3D printers can, like, 3D print you this, like, meat Slathe in front of you. That, there I am. Which side of Canada am I in? I think I'm central Canada. So the middle? Both sides? The bottom. center bottom, because I'm not in the north. I'm in the part that's close to America. Yeah, this, I'm not usually on so early during the, during, like, the week. Because during the week, that's when I'm working my day job. During the weekend, I have a little bit more flexibility. I'm able to jump on a little bit earlier, and I can either, you know, do real long streams, or I can do, like, a chain, a series of them. But yeah, during the week, I'm generally on much later. I would say, let's see, what time is it now for me? Right now, it is 2:45. So if this was a weekday, I would likely, or more than likely, I would be on around 3 or 4 hours from now. So I imagine in your time, Pezza, that would be roughly midnight to 1 a.m., which is reasonable as that could be too late. Yeah. So good to see you. Good to see you. Good to have you in. I should introduce you, because I think you're a big name. In my opinion, I think you're a big name. Pezza, if I may. Pezza is a speedrunner, or who I've discovered Pezza through the Command and Conquer speedruns. And I was looking up. It was when I started going, hey, I could do a Command and Conquer speedrun. I know how to do a level really quickly. And then I started going down the rabbit hole of going, I can, you know, let's look into this. And because I was playing Special Edition, and then when I looked it up, there was Pezza's version, I think. I think I found it. I forget. I think that's what it was. But either way, long story short, world record holder of GDI Special Ops 1 on the N64. I know that's like a very specific thing, and I'm sure there's probably other achievements and records you have. That's where I know him. That's where I know him from. Because that was the one level where I was like, I can do it. That's where I turn into, like, Chekhov from Star Trek. I can do this. I can do this. There's the OG version and the remastered version. Yeah, actually, I recently started doing the OG version as well. I think I tied your score, Pezza. 24 seconds? 24-second team. That's right. We're the 24-second bros. That's right. But I would tip your hat. I would tip the hat to you. Because you did it first, so. So, okay, now I'm doing... There's so much RNG involved in that, right? Like, you need to get... Like, you pretty much need to get those, like... Zero minigunner SAM sights. I would have to frame time to find out which one was faster there. Yeah, I mean, I'm not... I mean, if I would lean to your seniority on the record that it's yours. I didn't time it. Like, you just have to grind those SAM sites, you're right. And then once you've gotten that done, great, you have all that, perfect. But now you're gonna need 20, I know, it might be. I was trying so hard to get it. I was like, oh, I've gotta get it, I've gotta get this. It's possible, And then I started trying to get it on, because you know how in the remastered version there's the difficulties, like there's like casual, normal, which I think normal is kind of like classic. I'm not sure how it rates compared to the original game. And then there's hard, and I was able to get the casual one to 24 seconds. But the other two was a little bit of a slag. So I'm gonna try to come back to that at one point when I get, like, you know, when we're doing some speed runs. But I think I was able to do the hard one on like 29. There are some differences. One of them being that your airstrike does less damage, and that building has more health and more armor or defense or whatever. So you not only that, so now it actually depends on exactly where you get that airstrike, because you're gonna need to hit it perfectly to take it out. You're gonna need to get that perfect hit with that airstrike, and sometimes airstrike RNG, where's the plane coming from? How is it gonna spin around the thing? So it's like, it's a pain. All right, let's do these lamps on the wings. Which am I doing? I am getting ceramite white. And the way that I saw them do the highlight, they just did the white highlight at the top of the lights. So I'm guessing that that's how it's done in this case. Like, I'm still new to doing highlights. Yeah, you know, it was fun trying to do some of them. Some of the levels, I have to tap out and go, I know that I'm not good enough at this game. I'm not familiar enough with this game is what I mean. To be able to get through it. I did just recently play through the remastered version of the game. And I will shamelessly say I used a lot of sandbag strats. There was a lot of times where I was just straight up using sandbags to defeat the AI. And I imagine in a speed run, when you're trying to beat the game quickly and not in some, like, I'm going to break the game because the pathing is bad, sort of long schlock sort of tactic, that's not really gonna fly when you're trying to beat the whole game really fast, right? So I'd probably have to, like, actually check out some runners. Yeah, in a speed run, I don't imagine sandbags would be your main priority. I imagine that there would just be a lot of either very specific spams or very particular, like, very specific units sent to a particular spot to destroy a certain building or unit, depending on what level you're playing. But I might want to try that at one point. I do plan on returning to Command and Conquer. Oh, I know. Speedrun espionage. So, no, I know it's not cheating to watch someone else's stream or watch someone else's run, because that's one of the ways that also the speedrun community and speedrunning grows, is that you pick up something off of somebody, you do this, and then they watch you, and then maybe you do something, and then they pick that up, and then there's the people that, like, data mine the game for, like, how the coding works. Because one of my main speedrun games is Monkey Island. Yeah. Monkey Island is my go-to for speedruns. I'm not, like, the best. I'm not the best speedrunner, but I'm not the worst at it. So, that's something. That's something, I suppose. That's like the smallest of claims to be able to, I guess I'm not the worst at the game. But that's where I think I really excel. Inspired by others with better yeah, sometimes you just want to see, hey, I want to do that execution. And one of the things that's good about that is that if somebody's able to just take essentially the plans of a speedrun, like here's it on paper and here's how it would work. And if somebody could take that and do it, then that like validates I would want to say that validates like the structure of like the roadmap to the speedrun. If somebody writes one or makes one, that essentially it's this game can be done, do it this way. And then if somebody follows the steps, then there you go. That's kind of how I look at it. So no sweat about it. I did a lot of studying, watching people play Monkey Island. Rather than reading notes, I found it to be more helpful just to watch them do it and then to make my own notes on what they did, when they did it, the order that they did things in, and then taking that and then just trying to execute that to the best of my ability. And then if there was anything along the way that I got stuck on or forgot or needed to look at a different way, then I would update that and highlight that and then make that into its own thing. Like, making your own notes, super important. Now, I also need to remember, what am I doing? Oh, yes. Hey, Tony. What are you... Okay, crazy cat. Hold on. Hold on a second. I gotta flag the Tony card. That card is really gonna get its mileage. I swear. That thing is going to go somewhere. That is the most useful just PNG that I can pull up on the channel, I think. It is amazing. Okay. That's what it's like living with an orange cat, right? So now I'm gonna want to get some of this flesh wash. But Slathe, why would you want flesh wash? You're not painting flesh, you're painting a tank. What does he have? Wow. I'm gonna put my daughter to bed, but I'll try to check back later. Alright, well, thanks for popping in, Pezza. It's good to see you. It's good to hear from you. Priorities take place first, though, so if you... well, you're welcome back if and when, and we look forward to seeing you again. So, if we don't, have a good night, and if we do, see you later. So now, I'm going to add some of this flesh wash to... And once again, you might be sitting there like, but that doesn't make any sense. Why are you adding flesh wash? Well, what I've discovered is when you're doing golds, in my opinion, at least the way I'm doing gold, you're going to want to add a little bit of a flesh wash over top of it. Because it's really going to give it this nice finishing color. Now, I don't know how this is going to look in the end if I'm doing like an Agrax wash over everywhere. I'm not sure how that's going to kind of play out. Did this even, like, get any? Whoa! Knocking everything over. Okay. Nearly breaking everything in the process. That is the way to do it. You know that's getting clipped. Alright, let's go for these. What do you think was the deal with the lady eating cheap paint? Oh, geez. You know, I didn't realize this was like a murder mystery that I was meant to solve at the end of the book. She needed to eat the paint to hide the diamonds in her stomach from Constable McLaren, who does routinely stomach checks of assistant teachers. And, okay, so now... So, I'm gonna need to clean up those trims a little bit. So now, the metallic step. So I'm going to want to add a little bit of black first. Take a little bit of this Abaddon black. Because there's a few areas that I'm going to want to get done here. And I'm going to start with these chonker wings. Now let's do the same thing on this one. Ah, shit, I hit one of the parts of glass. Is it still, like, wet? Maybe I could get it out of there. That kind of worked. Maybe that's what she was doing, Graham. She was eating the paint on her brush. So that way, she could clean up her Thunderhawk. Now, there's going to be the part in the back here, which I'm going to want to go over a little bit of this with some black. But yeah, it's a nice day today. It's turning 3 o'clock my time, so I imagine for some of our more eastward bound audience members, it's turning 9. That's fine. I think we're used to that by now. Okay, let's flip this around. Oh, there it goes. It was a missile, but then it became a bomb when it fell off. What's going to be nice about this is that if I go over this edge area here with some of this black like this, I might be able to go over it with the darker silver and then with the brighter silver and maybe even give it a little bit kind of like an edge highlight. I'm not sure if that's going to work on this one though. That might be kind of weird, so maybe I'll just go with the one. But either way, that seemed to clean up the red spots, although I need to just make them silver now. Okay, so now the silver to clean up the trims. Or no, actually there's one other thing I should do before I start going to the cleaning up trims. To try to get this as efficient as possible, right? Wouldn't it be hilarious to reprogram the Command & Conquer AI so that the computer uses the sandbag strategy against the player? Yeah, that's pretty funny. I swear this symbol is way too small on this. And the details on it are barely raised from the rest of the body. I don't know how I'm supposed to get the chest one done. I might just have to do that in like a metallic, because it's way too small. I want to say to be able to get the black-white split on the Mechanicus chest piece. Or at least for me, it's gonna be, it looks like it's a little bit too small. And then I guess I might as well, while I'm here. And if anybody has any suggestions on the tilting shields here, these shields on their shoulders, if you have any patterns or suggestions, if you want to just put up like a picture with like a square picture with like a color pattern, something like that you want me to paint, something not too complicated. A few colors is fine. Squares or strips or triangles or something. You know, something that's not too complicated. post them up in the Discord. I'll take a look in a bit. And, like, because these shields, I've done these before on Marines, and they could be any color. I have one that has, like, purple, green, and gold with a gold stripe. So, like, they could be anything. They don't have to be red and black. The Terminators are all red and black, though. Alright, so now... What was I doing? Okay, I know what I'm doing now. I am doing the red dot lenses. Oh, I also need to go back and do this one. So I need to not forget that. That will be important. Let's get a little bit of white paint here. This seems to have mixed up a little bit. It's gotten a little bit more wet and spreadable. Okay, I might want to get some of that off the brush. Okay. And it's gonna be alright if I hit the sides right now, because I'll be cleaning that up later on. Cleaning up the... like, the metal nozzle, or whatever, I don't know what to call it. That'll be easy to do. For now, I just need to get some white paint in there. Don't overcomplicate it, just get it done. When you're applying colors, expect that it's going to overlap with something you don't want it to. So that way you know how to solve it. And then inside here, I suppose, would be the next area. So, I'm going to add a little bit of this white paint to these buttons here, which look a lot like the red buttons that were inside. So I will likely do these in the same method. So I'll paint these two ones as being on. And then the third one will be off. So I'll just leave it like that. And then paint all three of them with blood for the blood god. And then it'll look like two of them are lit up and on, and that one of them is off. Okay, now over here, I think I'm just gonna put some Tesseract glow on this thing. We'll just put Tesseract glow on that and call it a day. And then for here, because these look like 3 buttons, or at least 3 lights. And that looks like a light or a button. touch of water there. And then I guess those two things too. Although I don't know what they are or will be. They look like lights though. So I'm just gonna give them just like a thin little white kind of base coat sort of thing. I don't even need to be like super what am I trying to say here? Super even with it. Because it's just going to get, like, another couple of colors on it. I'll just do those ones as, like, red and green. That sounds right to me. Let's see. All right. I'm gonna need to remember how to do the Mechanicus symbol, like which side gets the white, which side gets the black. I might need to go grab a figure or something before I would continue with that. But, now let's get blood for the blood god. And then start getting some of this into those red dot scope areas. Because this is going to do this is going to do some magic here. There's a few areas I'm going to want to put this. And you don't even need much, you just need enough just to get enough of a layer of that in there. And then you just clean up the sides. Oh, it'll look great. Now let's go for these ones inside here. This is going to be a little bit more complicated. And then if I paint it onto that like gray one, the one that was just, it was just black with the gray highlight. And you do the same blood for the blood god on it next to these ones that were painted in white. And it looks like two of them are on and one of them's off. See? You got the on and the off right there. Now, I might want to do a little bit few more of these lights in here. And I'm gonna go with, or actually I'm gonna get this, which was the one that wasn't shit. Was it this one? Oh, they're both shit, aren't they? I'm gonna shake up these Tesseract glows. Oh, here we go. Which one's the run? I'm gonna go with this one. And get just a little bit of it. Next to that blood. Oh, it's like aliens fighting Marines, right? You know, with just a little bit of this. And I'm gonna go back and try to get that trim if I can. And then I don't know what about these ones. Or I think I'll do this one with the Tesseract Glow. So I can continue that sort of tricolor pattern that's been appearing throughout the Thunderhawk. So then the next color would then be red in that list of colors. And I'm going to need a little bit if I'm going to do a red light and a green light. But you don't need to turn on the red light. Roxanne! Okay, so now, that's all I need for that. Green. Let's get a little bit of the dark green and the light green. See, I think this paint's fucked too. I'm definitely gonna need to look into getting some new paints in the future. Because I think something fucked all of my paints. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna blame LeChuck. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna say LeChuck did it. He came in and messed up all my paints. Now, if I could get that center one, so I think maybe I'll go for broke on. I'll add some color into the canopy. Let's do a blue one. Yeah, I just need a tiny little bit of this. I'm just gonna dip. Okay. Still too much water. Just the ever so slightest amount of water to that. Okay, now if I can get my lighter green, and then the lighter blue, and I'm not sure if I'm going to want to do the highlight with the red on this one. I want it to make sure it looks different than It doesn't just look the same as, like, the hull being highlighted. I'm not sure how I'm gonna go about that one, to be honest. Maybe... just scoop it right off the bottle. Okay. Now let's get the lighter blue. And I can try to highlight that center button. This is going to explode, isn't it? I really don't need very much of this. Okay. So there we go. We got our two on switches, off switch. I don't know, projector, buttons, stop, caution, go, go, stop. I don't know. I don't know what these things are, so I'm just gonna go with give them some colors there. It's not like they told me what these are. So they're red light, green light. Okay. So now, after all that, I think now we can go back to some... We can go to some silver cleanup. So, essentially, a lot... Well, after doing those lamps, just going in and just getting the trim of the lamp just nice and clean silver without any splotches on it, sort of thing. So once again, and I always say this shouldn't take too much paint. So I'm not going to need too much, but watch me eat those words in, like, moments. Where all of a sudden it takes just, like, all the paint in the world. It wouldn't be the first time. Oh, this is kind of nice. It's like a remix from the first game. Dun 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 na 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 na. Dun na 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 na. Or is this the... Oh yeah, this is the... Who got invited to Japan and then found out their passport was expired. Oh, I didn't add the blood for the blood god to these pieces. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back to those. Okay. We're getting pretty close. Update your passport. Oh yeah. It's probably important. I imagine. Okay. Alright, nut up or shut up time. Hold on. If I'm not reading the chat right now, I'm very focused. Alright, that's one. And I might need to have to do that again if I'm able to... If it needs, like, a highlight, if I need to go over it with the brighter steel. Oh, is that not sticking in? Is that not the right one? Alright, have a good night, Graham. Alright, so I think I got those in. So now if I just need to just very quickly, if I can just very, very quickly get some of this blood for the blood god in this other one. And I'm going in wet. This is dangerous. Here we go. Or that looks like it did its job. Okay. Do I have anything? Oh, the wings. Okay, I'm taking these bombs, missiles. I'm taking these out. Because that one seems to keep falling out. Maybe it's in the wrong spot. Let's get the other underside. Ah! Looks like it didn't damage anything. At least I hope not. Nothing I can see, which makes it even worse, because then it's gonna be it is gonna be something that I didn't see. And then someone else will see it. And go, you didn't notice that? Okay, that's looking nice and clean now. Let's take another look at this. If it did chip any paint, it's so minor, I don't know, I can't see it anywhere, so whatever it is, it'll get probably covered up in a wash. Alright, so that looks like that's these pieces done for now. So beyond this, it's gonna be finishing the pilots. And you know, I think this might be it. You know, I'm kind of losing track of everything that we need to get done. Partially from doing so much of it. I might need to look over everything just to make sure that it got all the highlights. I think it did, though. There's nothing I could notice just from a glance. So I'm gonna say it probably did the job. It's probably fine. Okay, so then if all of these have had all these steps done, then all of these are done. So then, like, out of all of this, I think that means that all that's left is the pilots. Alright. Well, okay, I'm gonna go put some parts away. We're gonna reorganize. We'll be back in a bit, so don't go away. We're just gonna figure out what we're doing for the rest of this. brother Marines. We've returned again on the day that we just keep on returning. Today. You ever notice that? We always return today. We never return tomorrow. For tomorrow is always today, because it's never tomorrow. Because today is the day that we return. Brother Marines, brother Marines, brother Marines. Okay, I was wrong. I'm big enough to say I was wrong. I was wrong, damn it. There's more parts that I need to get finished up on these before it's just the pilots. I was about to put all those parts away, and then I was like, damn it! I didn't clean up the rims! Hey, Pezzo, welcome back. Welcome back. I guess it's creeping into, like, 10 o'clock. Over across the pond. How cringe! How cringe! How dare you! You don't understand British banter! Okay, so... Alright, enough smartassery. Always check the parts. That's right. This is just gonna be... 5 different rings around the lenses that I just kind of quickly forgot. And then after I do these 5 tiny little rings... Yeah. Quit your whinging, you love it. Let's... Oh, how am I gonna do this? Oh, wait, and... There we go. If you do any more Command & Conquer Remasters, I would encourage you to try to use the auto splitter. You know, I might check that out. I'm not... Honestly, I am not very familiar... Even after all the time that I've been using it, I still have effectively no idea. Oh, I'm not even. Whoops. Whoops. There we go. That's cleaned up. It will start and stop the timer for me. Okay. I'm still very unfamiliar with how to properly use live split. So I use it in... I have it, like, preset. Because I need it... I am not familiar with how to use it, and I don't want to mess with it too much, right? Because my main speed run, for sure, is Monkey Island, right? And I think there's an auto splitter for that. So that way when you, like, start the game... And it's weird, because this seemed to actually kind of work... I think it did it with, like, other games, too, which was weird. It, like, showed the load time. It was like it was a load time remover, or something like that. Okay, so that's looking alright for both of those. It's got the trims on those side cameras. And then, I think, yeah. And so then now it's going to be just this one. It takes a bit getting used to. Yeah. Live split is something... Live split was the thing that actually I found probably more difficult to figure out than doing the runs. That's going to need a little bit more paint. Just a little bit, because the paint on the palette's all dried up. So I just need just a little bit on the tip there. Just like the tiniest bit. That is barely even registering. I guess if you look at it from the right angle, you can see there's a silver ring around it, but that's barely even registering. Okay. It's some of the details on this are very, very thin and barely raised from the surfaces that they're from. It might just be a case of miscasting. I'm not too familiar with resin because I usually use plastic models. And I may or may not want to go over the red areas on this one again with some fresh red. Did you see you made space? Did I? That was a joint effort, the Space Marine costume. I did the final assembly, the painting, the joining of the parts, the electronics, and some extra parts like soles for the boots, so it would have like a tread and it wouldn't damage the foam, and some internals like fans and back support and things like that. So I did the final assembly to that piece, and the paint job and all of that. So I was one of two people that helped to have that thing go together. I didn't do the cutting. I didn't do the cutting and the shaping of the foam. I essentially did the final assembly to make things all work together in a way that makes it a costume. Almost out of these giant Warhammer pieces. Like, here's the torso, here's the shoulder pads, and you know, like, it was surreal working with these parts when you're working with these models all the time, and it's like, that's crazy. Okay, so now I'm going to say, let me just give this one last check. So I'm liking how this turned out with the two on switches and the one that's off, where these were done with white and these were left gray with or black with a highlight, and then a little bit of blood for the blood god, and it gives it that effect that these two are on and this one's off. Other than that, the rest of this is looking eh. It's looking about as how I would expect that. There's only so much to do to go there. So these parts I'm going to. Oh wait, no, wait. There's one last thing that I needed to do. I pointed it out at the start of the stream, and now I'm gonna, before I get up to remove these three parts, and we'll work on the pilots. There's one last thing that I need to do. There's two last things that I need to do for this one. One, I'm gonna need to give the silver trim on that thing, because I totally neglected to do that. Okay. And then two, bonus surprise step that, if you heard me mention it earlier in the stream, you would know. Painting a cosplay sword, 3D printed. Oh, okay, like any particular... I imagine it's not just some sword you designed yourself, it's... Oh, thanks, Omesta. I was thinking that this was a good day to try to get this done, because you know what? This project is nearly done. If I just get a little bit of this final work done in here, I could start working on, like, the last few steps, and I could maybe even start building it at some point. Get a little bit of metallic in there. Final Fantasy VIII Gunblade. I remember throwing Final Fantasy VIII in, like, my PlayStation all the time, but not even to play the game, just to launch that opening cutscene where it's like, look for me and you'll find me, and there's like the feathers and like the petals flying everywhere, And then there's like Squall fighting Cypher. And we've been priming and sanding it today. Oh, nice. Is that meant to be there? Now I'm noticing things and it's like, uh-oh. A little bit of silver in there. I'll just go the lazy route. There we go. Oh, we got a little bit of silver on that. That's fine. That should come off. I think you can use chrome spray for most of it. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Depending on, I mean, if it's resin, depending on what, you know, what it's made of. Some people really stick by, like, the gold leaf thing. Where you have, like, the gold leaves and then you, like, melt it to things. Or it's like static, whatever. So then it's like actually covered in like a metallic. I don't know about that one, Chief, because that's kind of expensive. But at least I think it is. Alright. Now if I can do this. Because when I was looking at the Thunderhawk sitting there in somewhat of its resting position right now, I noticed that this back part here was visible. So I'm going to want to join up the back of the pattern, the back of it with the split pattern. It's sort of, because it's going to join in there, there's going to be another split pattern. Oh, Tony, what are you doing? Why do you wait until there's a piece in my hand? You do this on purpose, don't you? Oh no, we've got an avalanche problem here. Come on. This went from cute to triage in a moment. Hold on. Tony. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, that card's gonna get some mileage. Let's give this just another quick even coat, because this paint kind of goes on kind of glossy, and it might be just because it's been thinned down a bunch of times. This particular pot has. But there, that should be fine, and then I can give that a quick red coat, and then give it a highlight. And then it should start to match up with this close enough, because I guess I didn't do that part, but that's alright. I guess at the time I wasn't sure what I was going to be doing with it. I didn't know if it was going to be visible. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. This will work a hell of a lot better if I just put him in the other room and... Temper tantrum Tony. This is why I need to have one of those, like, housemaids that comes in and grabs the cat, right? And, you know, there's the two cats that come walking in. One of them's in the little baby stroller, right? And then, you know, they're all, like, banging things, and then the nanny comes in and grabs them and then pulls them out the door and slams the door behind them. Okay, so let's get... Which one's this? There we go, Mephiston Red. Get a little bit of this, and then I'll use that custom highlight that I mixed up, which I am surprised at how easy. Yeah, you remember that? I did like an edit of it where I just kind of put my head over top of the guy. So I was the guy being interviewed, and then what was it? I made the two kids that came in were Valrak and Baggiest Bilbo. And then I think the maid that comes in, or the nanny that comes in, I made into my friend who will be known as Alfarius. Which, you know, that makes you just go, oh shit, but everybody's Alfarius. Just give that, because there's not even a lot of surface area here, so this really shouldn't need a lot. Just to kind of bring it up to snuff with the rest of it there. And then I'm just gonna need to give it just a quick highlight, and then that should be really good enough right there. Everyone thought it was the nanny, but it was actually his wife. Oh. Yeah, I would have thought that was the nanny. Is there that much of a difference? Now, where is this? Because is it on this side? I might have just got it right there. I know there's a little bit of black paint that was on this window. I'm just gonna just scrape around with the dull end of it. Oh, I think that got it. Nice. Okay. So just let that cure for a second. Just let that dry. And then that's the dull end. Now I'm gonna take some of this red, a little bit of it, and I'm gonna start on cleaning up over here. Get it out of his eyes! That was a little bit sloppy and hasty when I was doing that before. So if I just kind of clean this up now, that should do wonders. Because these guys are next. They are next on the chopping block. So I was checking the Discord. No suggestions. No requests. No patterns. Alright. I'm just going to figure something out for these tilting shields on the fly. And everyone is going to fucking hate it. So. Alright. Let's get him. Alright. Where is my highlight paint? Is this it? There we go. So this is where I mixed some of this Jokero orange and Mephiston red into the same pot. And so I call it Abaddon Red. And with Abaddon red, we're going to highlight this tiny little square here. Oh man, this pot's getting so fucked. Oh well. Oh well, at least the recipe was really easy. It was literally just 1-to-1 Mephiston red to Jokero orange. So it was just mix them together equally and you're good. So making like a fresh pot of this, or at very least making something that's going to be very similar. If it's not going to be 100% identical, it would be close enough. Never good at painting? Well, I mean, I can humble myself. I'm not the most amazing painter myself. I just know a few tricks that, you know, I know a few tricks that you can use to get things to look a little bit less dog shit. And okay. Oh, wait, there is... If I can get a little bit of this Mephiston... Some of that's still wet there. There we go. And if I can get this... Because right here, this has been bugging me from certain angles. But yeah, I am definitely looking forward to getting to play some Space Marine 2. Which, if you're wondering, that's what we're listening to right now. We're listening to the Space Marine 2 soundtrack. Okay, I think that mostly fixed it up, at least. Alright. Well, there's one spot that I just noticed there. Let's go right here. From a certain angle, there was a part where I think it was showing the Mournfang brown underlayer, and it was getting a bit reflective. So I just wanted to put a little bit of red, just to cover up that tiny little line in the center. And now that, I think that's looking a lot better. Alright, so I believe that should cover it for this piece. Let's just put a little bit... why not? Let's just go a little bit thicker on this highlight here. Why not? Why not? And so... Okay, so that's this. I'm gonna call this one done for now. And you know what? That underlayer with the black paint definitely worked with making so all these parts where it's shown where it's transparent and then it leads into something else because it's all transparent. The whole inside layer of this was painted black, so then that looks like shadow. So that was definitely the way to go. Okay, let's just take a quick look at this. The windows, making sure that's all clean and clear, clean and clear.
Looks like we're looking pretty good here. Okay, so I'm going to bring these 3 pieces back. We're going to work on the pilots next. And we'll see where this goes from there. If we can get these pilots done in a satisfying way, we might be able to get some of the wash done tonight. If we can get the wash done, I might be able to start doing a little bit of, like, fine sanding on the joining pieces. If I can get all of that done, we could start building this thing. So, I'm gonna bring these back. We'll be right back. Here we go. Do a little nod scorpion on there. It does carry a lot of similarities with Brotherhood of Nod. I can kind of recognize that. Kane lives.
Brother Marines, we've returned on the day of which that we always return, which is today. Here we are again, Brother Marines. That's some delicious coffee. That's right. Picked fresh off the mountains of the Colombian mountains. Are there any sister Marines? Listen, you. Listen, you. Listen, you. Bringing all this controversy and drama into the chat. Look at this. The chat terrorist coming in. Are there sister Marines? No. So, brother Marines, brother Marines, brother Marines. Let's... Okay. Let's get to these two pilots, which... This is pretty much it. This is what it comes down to. These two guys here. Now, the Mechanicus symbol that's on their chest, that's just way too small, and it's barely raised from the rest of the chest that I'm not confident in my brush precision to be able to hit half of the skull, of the tiny-ass skull, and half of the tiny-ass cog on the opposite side with some white and some black. I am not confident with that, so I'm probably just going to go with some gold. Some brass. Some gold. Something like that. And that'll be fine. As for the ones on the shoulders, though, those ones are fucking fair game. Because look at that. Like, those are fucking chonker thick compared to these fucking little tiny boys. Which I don't even know if I even got them hit with, like, enough black on that one. So this is going to be a little bit of a challenge. And I guess, you know, I might need to go over top of a couple of the areas again, just to make sure that they've got a nice opaque, thick, dummy thick. That they got a nice layer of paint that's not going to be wearing away with a little bit of, with just a little bit of wear and tear. Another little, an undecided detail was if I was going to add any, like, little extra colors to the monitors, or what I was going to do there. I do have an idea of what I might want to do, where I would just take some white paint and then just make some, like, lines going off into, like, very thin lines, kind of going at the diagonals, like, going at the different, like, compass points, or something like that. Maybe long ones in the angles and short ones at the sides, and then do them in white, and then just go over it with another layer of the, Tesseract glow, and then that should make those areas maybe like look like brighter green lines that are like targeting or something. That's something I was considering doing. It sounds like it might work. It sounds good on paper, but here we are working in the real world. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to use some black paint to fix up those eyes, considering I went in those... I went at those super sloppy. It was a sloppy jalopy. So I'm going to need a little bit of this black paint. That's actually much more than I need for this one step, so I'm gonna use that for multiple things. It's always such... It is very difficult to get this model into a nice, frame with the camera. But then also that I'm in a comfortable position. And that I can see the model and what I'm painting. This is much more difficult than it needs to be. Then again, I probably just need a better camera setup, to be honest. I don't have the top tier pro streamer setup. It's very GarageBand, right? Would you have it any other way? Do you have a green screen? No, I do not use a green screen. I'm just very little, and I'm able to bend reality. No, I use an NVIDIA background removal. So I guess it's technically done by, like, AI of some kind. Some kind of one process AI that goes, that's background, that's Slathe. Sometimes it cuts my hands off. Not like stealing from Agrabah like your Aladdin style,
but more like it deletes my hands. And not in like a Tron style. Who needs hands? Hands are overrated. Crab claws are where it's at. All the cool species are evolving into crabs anyway. Will you be part crab in the future? Do you have it in you? Gatorade. Be the best that you can be. Evolve into crab. But to answer your question from earlier, I live in the wonderful city and murder capital of Canada, known as Winnipeg. That's right. So if you want someone to thank for like Winnie the Pooh, I will accept that on behalf of Winnipeg. As an honorary representative, as appointed by myself, as to the city of Winnipeg, I take all. I take all. I just take. Give me. Winnipeg is a city in the province of Canada that looks like half a maple leaf. In Toronto? Boo, Toronto. I bet it rained. No. Let's see. What do I want to do? Oh, I need to look up the Mechanicus symbol. Okay, so I'm gonna go just grab a model really quick. Saw the eclipse over there. It's the end of the world! So here we have, and of course I gave him a blue light. Of course it's gotta mess with things. But here we got his Mechanicus symbol. Alright, so that gives me an idea. So on the right side, it's left, but on my right side, white, cog, left. Okay. This should be simple enough. If I can just copy this and then put it onto the shoulders of these guys. So I'm just going to put him there so I can see him at the right angle. Well, he's also here to supervise because these are tech marines, technically. Right, these are pilots and gunners. They're all a variant of tech marines. So these are tech marines, technically. So these guys are getting their initiation by this tech priest here. Alright. So let's get this symbol on them. Now, am I going to want to start with like a gray and then work up to a white? Don't mess with that guy. No, thank you. Let's try that, because then maybe I could even try highlighting with the white, and then that might work. So let's try taking a little bit of this gray. And so what I'm using now is Mechanicus Standard Gray, which is funny considering we're doing Tech Marines and we're doing the Tech Marine symbol, or the Mechanicus symbol. We're using Mechanicus. Weird how that works, right? Okay. Let me just get this back in view. Alright, so now I'm going to do half of this skull with the gray. And it's alright if I make little mistakes, because, I mean, I should be able to clean this up. And there's parts on here that are going to need to get a little bit more black paint on them anyway, so... If I make little mistakes here, if it's not perfectly even, I'm not going to beat myself up on this one. Yeah, and there's a good chance in this step that I'm going to end up having to redo the black on the shoulder pad. Just because these things, the details on these resin models are barely raised from the surfaces that they're on top of. Alright. So that's step 1. Now step 1B. Do the same thing on the other one. Alright. Oh boy, here we go. Okay. It's a bit quicker than the first time. Then again, that makes sense. Okay. This one might be a little bit sloppy. But it's alright. We're gonna need to clean things up anyway. As long as this is kind of moving things in the right direction, this should make it easier to do the next step. And then fixing that up will be a matter of nothing. Okay, so now I'm gonna need the what white am I using again? Ceramite white. Let's get some of that ceramite white. I'd rather be using some different colors, but I guess this is what I have, so it's what I'm using. And this stuff, because of how it was really thick and goopy, and then I gave it that thinning, this is gonna be interesting. Alright, let's see how we can get this to go. Needs a little bit of cleanup, but that is looking at least it's going in the right direction. But yeah, some of these details are just really, I don't know, they're just kind of soft. on these resin models. Like, they either just kind of fade out, or they're just barely raised. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna need a little bit more paint from the pot there. That was getting kind of gunky. This one, okay. Yeah, it's just gonna need a little bit of cleanup, and then the black side's probably gonna need a little bit of a highlight. But so far, that is a step in the right direction for that. There we go. So now if I can get the gray highlight, and just try to run it along the edges of the cogs, and then a little bit on the skull. Like, not very much. It needs to be really subtle. Alright. And I'll do the cleanup after, because this is bound to be a little bit messy, too. There we go. That adds a little bit more definition to it. And it should... Once there's like a wash and stuff as well, it'll look better. Okay, so now... So now it's either going to be... And I need to make some decisions here, so I can put this guy away. But... So, the symbol on their chest, I'm not going to be able to do that with those. So those are probably just going to get done in like some type of metallic. But then there's the tilting shields, which I still don't have quite of a plan for them just yet. And then the monitors, if or if not, I'm going to be doing something on those. So these are kind of like the final steps of these guys. And then these guys almost might as well even be the first things to get washed. just take a look here. I'm probably going to want to do highlights on them. Which is the death of my entire paint job set. Because that means I'm going to have to go back and do highlights on everything at one point. Oh well. Alright, well, just remember, it's very important. And sometimes people forget this. This is a show that is for adult audiences. Let's just make that clear. That's why every so often. So, now that we're at that point... Wait, can I, like, stand these guys on something? It looks like they're fishing or something, or they're like, did you find anything? No, I didn't find anything either. Are we supposed to be, like, looking for something with these? Jeez, now I'm... Oh, this is funny. I like them like this, because it looks like they're, like, playing Pokemon. Okay, so I'm gonna bring this guy back. And then I'm still gonna need to decide on this. I might just go for red, black, and silver, because then that keeps it really simple. The smallest excavators in the world. Sounds about right. Oh, you know what? You can stay, actually. You can stay. You're supervising. He's staying to supervise to make sure everything's on the level. The machine god permits this action. Recite the appropriate verse. What do I want to do for those shields? Maybe something even that's like really vibrant, something that's really stands out. Maybe not. Oh, and then there's gonna be the inside of them, isn't there? Ah, jeez. Maybe they'll just have red ones. No pattern. They have 0 pattern. It's just a red tilting shield. Let's go with that. Now I hope that this actually mixed at all. Did it fix? Did it mix and fix? I don't think it did. So let's see. Let's get some of this right there. I probably need to unclog that nozzle. Step 1. That's probably... It's probably just clogged up in the nozzle. Okay, so now for here... Oof. I think that went on a little bit thick there. Those eyes are looking kind of droopy now. Unless they always look like that, and it's only when you put the gold on that you notice. Or that, well, this is brass. It's not gold. Okay, now also, if I can do this inside part here, this is going to be... Wasn't too bad, but I swear that thing lacks any sort of, like, depth and detail. This thing... The detail on the chest is far too, like, washed out of a detail, I want to say. Maybe it's just on the particular cast that I have, or whatever I want to say. Maybe it's just in this one, it's just like a bad cast. But it just... I don't know. I want to say they're like that normally. But either way, that's just going to need just a little bit of gold and a little bit of flesh wash. These pilots are kind of... This is all coming together. Gold. The Golden Chalice. That's way more, actually. I don't know why I took so much. Can't you just put some back? Fuck it. Okay. Now, if I can get this gold on here... And the reason that I do this with the brass and the gold is that I just find that they look better in... They look better together than they do apart. I mean, I would use them differently for different things if I were to use them separately. But in this case, I really like the way that they look together. Because all these paints are just ever so slightly transparent. So, gold painted onto brass looks different than gold painted onto black, or onto white, or onto any color, which I definitely recommend never doing. I find when you paint gold onto black, you get more like streaks. But when you paint gold onto brass, it kind of goes on a little bit smoother, or it goes on better. I need to clean that up, but or you know, we can figure out the pattern for the shield. Maybe I'll just do them 50-50, just do them half and half. That works, right? Where am I at now? Jeez, where's my head at? Okay. Let's get the black paint. That's a lot. That's plenty. That is far more than I probably need. Alright, let's go. Let's go for broke. Essentially here, I just need to make sure that there's not gray or white in between the spokes. And then also, I might as well just do a little bit of a check here on the body. You're off? You're a trooper, Pezza, because you stayed up till like 11 o'clock. to watch paint dry. You literally are watching paint dry. So you are clearly one of the champions of champions. Love to have you in the chat again. Thank you for the good luck. You have a good night. Thank you for the good luck with the speedrunning. I'll have to get back into that at one point. Yeah, today was almost a speedrun Saturday, but I kind of figured, you know what? No, it's Thunderhawk Day. Let's get this done. We'll see when I get back into that. I'll try to do one soon. Okay. Now, what was I doing again? Oh yeah, fixing up the cogs. I do really enjoy that like remix of the song from the first game. Feels like a nice touch. Alright, that's looking alright. How's this guy's general just body looking here? Although most of this is all hidden next to the model, so unlikely that a lot of these areas here that seem to be wearing down a little bit are ever going to be seen. Unless you pull the figures out. So. Alright, so now I think if I'm going to be continuing with these two guys, it's going to be... Oh, wait a second. There we go. It's going to be the shields. Oh, I need to give a wash, though, as well. So the shields and the screens. And then the pilots, I'm going to say, are pretty well done. And then they can get a wash. Oh, what are we at now? 2.5 hours? Oh, wow. How long would it take to wash the entire model? What do you think? How long is that going to take? That could take a while. That could take a little bit of time. $49 minutes? You think it'll take 49 minutes, Dark Tech? Alright, we can see. We can see. We'll see how long it takes. Alright, so let's get, yeah, I think I might just half and half these shields. Which is kind of like a basic pattern. I'm just gonna go black down the side, red down the other side, and then I'll probably just leave the back ends. I think normally I do those in, like, silver. It just seems unnecessary at this point. Ugh. I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to do it, because now I've said it out loud. So let's get a little bit of this black paint. And then it's a little bit goopy, so I'm gonna get a little bit of medium. Do I have anything right here? I have the faintest of drops at the bottom of this pot here. It's a good thing that I just bought another thing of it. So I've got a full pot of it, so that's fine. Alright. So let's get that thin, wet, and spreadable. And let's try to do the shield. And then I'm likely going to be giving this a highlight. These are probably going to be the only Marines that are going to be having a highlight, which means they're going to be like the predecessors of the highlight. Which means in many ways they're probably going to have some of the worst highlighting jobs out of all the models that I'm going to be working on. An irony. But all things that have a beginning have an end, Neo. That's right, we're going back to the Matrix. I swear I'm the only person that likes the Matrix 4. They call me Bugs, as in bunny. Or listening device. Okay, I'm gonna get the edge as well. That seems like the simplest option. Keep it simple, go with the simplest option. And then I'm gonna go for the whole inside area while leaving that edge alone, so there's gonna be a red and a black edge. And this might be a little bit sloppy, but I think that at this point in this, I'm not too concerned about this little detail here. So I'll be able to get most of this in a way that will be good enough. And good enough is good enough. If it wasn't good enough, it wouldn't be good enough. Okay, now this one. Same thing. Going for a half and half. It's the simplest pattern for this. It requires the least planning and thought exercise as to, well, you know, what kind of house is this guy from? He's from the Bloodhounds chapter house. So his colors are Bloodhounds colors. There you go. That answers it all right there. Keep the paint job simple and keep the explanation simple. You can't go wrong there. Let's get a little bit more of this done on here. Might have hit that shoulder just a tiny little bit. That's alright. Alright. Now, those are all going to need, like, a highlight and stuff to really make them all stand out and look real good. And I've never done a highlight on a soldier before, so this is going to be different. So I'm going to need to get my Abaddon red and my Mechanicus standard gray. I might need to let those just dry for a second. Just let them chill out for a second. And at one point, we're definitely going to need to take a break. We're going to need to take, like a video game break or something to help rest my back. So there'll probably be some, like, magic card intermission. Where we're playing that for, like, 30 minutes to an hour and then going right back to this. So don't be discouraged if all of a sudden I'm playing magic cards. I will get right back to this. It is 100% something to just do, rather than just doing nothing. Okay. What are we at now? 2 hours, 40 minutes. So probably we'll go for another 20 minutes, and then we'll take a break at that point. Because I'm guessing by the time I'm done in 20 minutes, I should be able to do all these highlights in 20 minutes. I suspect. Let's give it a shot. I don't know. I've never done this with little soldiers. So. I mean, I think I did when I first started. I tried doing highlights. I only had so many paints. So I think I ended up highlighting the black with blue and the red with white. And some of those Marines stayed like that for a while until I kind of updated them. So there could be some new highlights coming in the future. But for now... Oh, bumped the camera. Sorry about that. But for now... Let's get some highlights on here. Now, these highlights are going to have to be much thinner than the ones that I'm doing on, like, the Thunderhawk. Because the infantry model is just that much smaller. So if you go too heavy on the highlight, it kind of overwhelms the color that you're going for. Kind of kills it, in other words. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to playing some Space Marine 2 when I can pick that game up. was a bit heavy on the highlight there. Alright, let's see if I can get this area here. This looks like it's going to be kind of tough. And worst case, you know, let's say I do some really thick, chunky highlights. I could probably just fix it even after. If I go too thick with a highlight, I can fix it. It's not a problem. Now what? Now the soles of the feet are going to be like pressed against the inside of the cockpit there. I'm not going to need to worry about too much about those. Oh, this part's gonna be tough. How am I gonna get this part without going too much with the gray? Those little, like, wrist cuffs. That seems like that would be a tough spot. There's not a lot of surface area on that. Alright, well there's a couple spots that I'm going to want to clean up, but that looks like that's pretty well successful for that one. Let's do the other one. Well, let's start with the feet, like we're Quentin Tarantino. Quentin Tarantino fetish. And let's get this elbow here. A little bit heavy on that one, but it's alright. I need a little bit more of that gray because it's drying out on the palette. How are we doing for time? 12 minutes until my predicted wrapping up the pilot highlights. Although I'm still going to need to do the reds. And some of the washes, so... don't count this out just yet. See if we can get in here. Hi, Curry. If I can get this area around here. There we go. And then just very carefully, I did it kind of thick on the other one, although I can fix it up. Get under the eye. Get over the eye. And then if I can get... oh, that's like deep in there. Okay. And then I think that that's it for that one. So now it's going to be getting in the red highlights onto these guys. We got enough 9 minutes, and then we'll take a break for a little bit, maybe like half an hour or an hour. And then after that, well, after that, that's pretty much it. After that, it's doing the wash. And depending on how long that takes and how far we get into that, that could mean starting to like actually build this thing. So let's grab a Marine and start doing some highlights. Which, once again, these are, at the moment, I'm going to say the only Space Marines in the chapter that are actually being given a highlight. These guys right here are the prototype. The highlight prototype. Which which means moving forward, everyone's going to be highlighted like this. Except probably better. So the ingredients will remain the same, but the technique should get better over time. Let's get the shield. And then if I can get under the eye and over the eye and... Oh yeah, and there's going to be a lot more red than there is black to highlight. This step is going to take a little bit longer for just for the red. Because technically, the pattern is more red than it is black. You know, I just caught that there's an area right here that I might want to go back and highlight with the gray on the other leg. Alright, that's looking good so far. Now let's go for this one. I'm gonna need to get some more paint on the palette before I'm able to finish this one, though. I can already tell based off of how much is actually on the palette and how dry it is. It's so dry, Ben Shapiro would be impressed. I'm just going to just go in just very gently and get some of these areas with it. Most of this isn't going to need a super amount of attention. It's just going to need just a little bit of it, even if it's kind of watered down. But I'm still going to need some more. It's our time now. Oh, well. I thought that it might have been enough, but I guess not. That's a shame. I'll have to go a little bit over what I thought. Get this section done. Okay, now if I can get the top here. And then that's the area that I'm going to want to go back to with the gray on the other legs. Just because it makes sense to get a highlight like that in. And if I do it on one side, it kind of begs me to do it on the other side. Okay. Now for that one tiny little highlight fix, which is pretty much just going to be like two little stripes. Okay, well, that went on a little bit heavier than I wanted it to, but oh well. I want to say that that has these two pretty well done. They just need to get some couple washes. And I might want to do something with these monitors. And it looks like there's a little bit of paint wearing off on both of them, so I might just need to cover that up a little bit again. So let's see. Let's get some silver. Some steel. Let's get some Rune Fang steel. Fix each of those up with just a little bit of like a highlight to, one, cover up that edge that the paint wore off and on, and also just to bring a little bit of attention to its edges. There we go. Alright, and then I think I could probably do a little targeter thing. I think this should work. Maybe I'll keep it more simple than the way I talked about it earlier. Because that sounds like that's going to be fairly complicated doing it that way. Okay, let's clean off the brush. Then I'm just going to need to let that sit. Do the same thing with this one. Can I get it to look similar? Let's just... They look like Pong paddles. Okay, well, that one didn't turn out quite as well. Oh well. But that should at least give them some kind of a little pattern on it. So which one was it? It was... this one. So if I just take a little bit of this... let's just plop that right there. Got our acid blood. Now, when I reapply this... And it doesn't really even matter if they're not, like, absolutely perfect. Oh, it is kind of pooling in a way that I don't like, though. But either way, so now their monitors will have little targeters on them. And, you know, I think other than giving these guys a wash... Oh, I do need to give them one wash, though. I will do this now. This is the right one, right? Reichland Flesh Shade. Okay, good. I will give them a little bit of a wash right now, though. Okay. But for now, I'm going to say these pilots are pretty well done. They just need to get, like, a wash of Agrax on them, just like everything else is going to get. Yeah. Wow, this is crazy. Alright, so I'm going to put some stuff away. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to play some games or something. And then, I mean, I don't know, wash the model? See, I wasn't quite prepared for this. We'll see what happens. This is going to be crazy. We got our Agrax. I'll keep this one because there's probably some parts I'm going to want to use that with. And, but for the most part, this is all going to go away. It's all going to go away. So we'll be right back, and we're going to play some cards for like an hour or so. So, don't go away. Okay, Brother Marines, we have returned again. Today, on this day, ooh, you can see the glass table. Okay, so we're just gonna... I might want to move the camera. So I'm gonna turn off the camera for a bit. This one. Oh, we don't need that. Well, I need to see the but I need to see it though, Slathe. Come on, show us the stream in the stream. Streamception. When are you gonna bring Streamception back, Slathe? When are you gonna do Streamception again? You are gonna do Streamception again, right?
No. Never. I refuse!
Alright. So let's pause the Warhammer music that we've had on loop for the last 3 hours. Let's play a game. Let's play a game. This game. It's just a quick break, so relax. We'll get back to the hobby work. This is just a quick break in that I need to take a break to rest my back. Also, to try to get rid of the little bit of the brain rot, you know? You do this stuff for 3 hours, take a break, do something else. Write a poem, ride a bike. Touch grass. Alright, let's see, what do we got? Cast white or green spells. Well, that's lame. Can I do something better than that? Can I... Well, what happens if I is it gonna... Play 25 lands. Aw, man. Oh, I've got gold for some reason? I've got gold in my inventory. So let's go mouses mo. Gonna magic. Let's see what we got here. We go first. This one. That's the one. I'm gonna go for this guy. You may draw a card if you do discard a card. Got a bad feeling about this opponent. Yeah, this seems like trouble. I'll keep that. I'll keep that on top. Actually, no. I want one more mana. Move that away. I got a bad feeling about this drop. I'm telling you, you always say you got a bad feeling about this drop. Oh, sweet. There we go. Here we go. I'll take Feather of Flight. Oh yeah, that's a good choice. Heist my library. Heist me! Heist me, damn it! Oh. Okay. Two, three. I'll attack with just him. Oh, what kind of mana do I have? A red man? Oh, okay. I'm gonna do this one. And I'm gonna use... Oh, wait. This. Wish I had a clue what was going on here, but I'll watch anyway. It's Magic the Gathering. I'm winning. That's what's going on here. I'll play this mountain. Sweet, I got a mountain. Oh, he scooped-a-whooped. He was charging his laser to do a scoop-a-whoop. We got 5 lands in. We got 5. We gotta win. We gotta win. We get a few more wins, we'll get some more gold. If we get another level up, we'll get another pack. So I might be able to get 3 packs today. Thanks for the GG, Dark Tech. Filthy McNasty. Oh, I'd like the Filthy McNasty, please. Would you like that? Would you like to supersize that? Well, of course. Fuck yeah. Okay, this hand looks alright. I might be able to get some stuff out. If I can get enough mana for this. More matches like that, please. Can I just get one of the... Yeah, just hook me up with those, game. The easy peasy GGZ. Alright. Sure. Why not? Why not? Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Gotta put that shield up. The shield is down. Commence the assault. This is a particularly bad hand, which I am going to mulligan right now. This is not much better, but I guess this is what we're going with. This guy. Ooh. I'm in trouble. I could just play one of these, not do the offspring cost. It wouldn't really get me very far if he's going to use that as a blocker, though. This might be a slow start. We'll see how this goes. I am not totally confident in this hand. One, I had to mulligan. This deck could probably be improved, but it's still pretty mean. Are you gonna counter it or something? Return it to its owner's hand. Well done. Well played. You did it. You are the Warhammer 40,000. You defeated Horus. Come on there, Idge. Itchy Gidge? Itchy Gitch? Itchy Gitch? I got 5. Let's go for this again. You're gonna return it to my hand? Again? I'm gonna attack with this guy. Just that guy. Wait, I can do flashback with it? That's awesome. Oh, it taps and doesn't untap? Oh, okay. I'm gonna go with this. And then I'm gonna go for this guy with his offspring cost. Oh. Well, look at that. Yeah. Whoa! Right? There we go. Oh yeah, tap him. Tap him all you fucking want. Tap him. It's his ability's still good. My turn? Alright, here, take a damage. But he does have... Okay. How much do I have? 7? I only have 2 red. Okay, so if I do... this... Come on. And I'll play him again. Well. Well then. They just weren't willing to deal with the fuck off that was coming after that. All right, so we need we barely need much more to get another couple packs there. 12 more lands. Let's see how can we get through this. 12 more lands. Let's do this. 12 more lands, and let's try to get some wins along the way. This mouse deck is mean, so it's able to pull it off. It's able to pull off what we need to do. Ooh, I'm not confident with this hand, but we'll go with it. There we go. This is working better already. Rabbits. Oh shit, here we go. Probably a good choice. You got a mouse. I thought you were a rabbit deck. Oh, we got... Okay. There we go. I only need a little bit more nudging here. If I can get like 1 or 2 more turns, then I'm good. Hopefully this works. Oh, he's got 3 rabbits. Isn't that like whenever your ability your opponent controls? Well, good luck on that one. I'm not going to be targeting your guys. Okay. Let's get this guy in there. Well, I'm dead, either way. Wow, a 2020. That's a pretty big monster, just saying. So we're now 7 lands away. And still 150 gold away from getting 2 more packs, which then would be 3 more packs with the level up. Could open up some packs. What do we have here? This looks like trouble. Let's do it. Discards a card and lose 2 life? That's a bit rigged. It's a little bit rigged. Let's go for that. Get this guy. Did I play this guy before? I know I've played against somebody using this card before. And they had like 4 of them. Is it gonna have 4 of them? This is getting kind of bullshit. I'm gonna need to hit hard and hit fast if this is gonna even work. Hopefully I'm able to get through next. He's not going to just do, like, 3 damage to all your creatures. Destroy all opponent's creatures. Win the game. Has he got something? Scoop to whoop. Three more lands away. Alright. And I guess 1 more win. Oh no, it would need to be 2 more wins because I don't get any gold for this next one. Well, we'll get gold for this, but... So... 2 more wins and 3 more lands and we're all good. Oh, come on, I'm waiting. How come the Warhammer cards never made it to this game? They have all these different sets and these new things, and they're updating this game all the time with new sets. But they never released the Warhammer cards for this game. What's up with that? What's up with that? Huh? How Magic Arena? What's up with that? I go first. Alright. Play a red to scare them into thinking that I've got burn. Let's get some cards in our hand early. What you got? What you got? What you got? Good choice. If I can get one more mana, the next turn's gonna be really mean. One more mana. Oh, okay. Good enough. Fine. Fine. One more mana. I could do this. I'm gonna turn him into a 4/3. I'll attack with him. Give me one more turn. Come on. Oh, he was Death Touch? Alright, I didn't notice that. That's fine. If I can just get one more mana. This could be really mean. Come on. Oh, fuck. That's not what I wanted. Alright, fine. Take a damage. Well, I got my lands out. I needed only 3, right? Take your sweet-ass time there. Well, I can't really block anything. I can block this one. This is probably a bad idea. They're gonna give it Death Touch or something. Well, I think this is probably GG in their favor. Let's go with this guy. I'm just gonna go for broke. Yeah, that's GG. So he's got it. Hurry the fuck up. The bat deck seems like it's pretty good. Licensing issues? Are you talking about the Warhammer thing? That was like 5 million years ago when I said that. Alright, so I need to get 50 more gold. Whatever, fuck it. Let's just go to the store. Let's go to the packs. Let's get some... The fuck? Mythic packs. Oh, I didn't realize there was mythic packs. I forget what that even gets you. But they're mythic packs. They're mythic packs. Wait, what is my set what collection on this so far? 96%. 56%. Maybe we'll get a bit more of the Bloomborough regular... Oh wait, that's the wrong one. This... Axe. We'll just get some Regborough. Right? Or do I want to get those mythic packs? Oh, so mythic. 1,300. How much would I need to get that? I'd need 150 gold. And then I could get 2 mythic packs. Oh, let's see. How hard would it be to get 150? So we probably need to get, like, a few more wins. I was there, Gandalf, when Slathe originally was talking about why Warhammer cards aren't in the Arena Magic card game. I was there, Gandalf. Millennia ago. He's a lizard. This hand looks shit. Let's do it. Oh, cool. He's got, like, artsy land. What the fuck? How's that fair? Oh, he's got a dog. Whenever you play a player casts a non-creature spell, deals damage to that player equal to the number of non-creature spells they've cast this turn. I think I'm fine, then. get this guy in there. And then, I don't know, he might have something in his hand. So I'm not gonna attack just yet. I need 2 more turns at this point. Oh, wait, here we go. 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 Attack! Attack! So wait, you're just taking extra damage for... Why did you do that? Why did you do that? Why? Answer me, damn it! Why would you do that, Melm? Your move. Yu-Gi-Oh! Your move, Yugi. There we go. Let's just give everybody +2/+2, or add 2 rabbits. There's no way you're not... There's no way you can block everybody. What do we get? Okay. We got the Otter Wizard guy. Maybe Otter Wizards are a good deck. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. What do we get now? 50 gold. So I'm going to need 150 gold. So I'm going to need to have this, like, 3 more times. So I need to have at least 3 more wins if I want those mythic packs. Let's get some... Let's get some mythic packs. Let's just go for fucking broke. Why not? Let's go for it. Let's do it. What are we doing? Okay. This is an interesting hand. We'll go with it. What's he got? Swamp? Oh, oh, survey. Okay. Play a red mana. Beware my burn! Flying lifelink. Oh, just, yeah. Just exile a card from my hand. Pick one. Pick one. Oh, yeah, the one I could immediately play. Alright. Makes sense. Alright, let's play another one. He's got Death Touch. Shame. We lost that guy. Real shame. I'm gonna play this guy. Then I'm gonna target him, so he gets that. So he gets the bonus. He makes a mouse. Then we're gonna attack. Then I'm going to take this. Feather of Flight. Alright. Let's see if I get one more mana next turn. Let's see if I can get one more mana next turn. Come on. No. Okay, that's fine. So I'll just play another one of these. And then I'm going to play Feather of Flight on this one. So he's got flying now. Then I'm going to attack. This is close. This is to the wire. This is within reasonably close distances here. Took the gamble, I guess. He went the YOLO maneuver, and then we lost. All right, so we got 50 more gold. All right. So the next one is another. Oh, mastery and a card. Oh, fuck. So I'm gonna need to get like 5 or 6 more wins, aren't I? If I want to get that 2600, right? I just want 100 more gold. Game, boobala. Okay? You're fun and all, but you're killing me here. Come on. Just give me my gold so I can get my packs. So I can open the the cardboard crack. The digital cardboard crack. This is an interesting hand. This is all really cheap. What's he got? Heist my library. Okay. Heist me, damn it! Heist me! Alright, that's enough mana to get what I need out of this hand. Let's go for this guy. Okay. That's an interesting way to go about that. Get War Squeak. Wait, is he black-red mice? I'll take the 2 damage. I'm gonna go for this guy. Then I'm going to attack with them. Then I'm going to get... Oh, he didn't like that. He didn't like that. Zoyoa's Justice. The owner of target artifact or creature with mana value 1 or greater shuffles it into their library. Then that player discovers X, where X is the mana value. Okay, 50 more gold. So I need to get at least 2 to 3 more wins. That's what we need here. 2 to 3 more wins and, like, a fat-ass J. Because this... Come on, game. You're killing me here. You're killing me! This hand looks terrible. Let's go for it. Okay, so he... Alright, played a land. Alright, not bad. We'll also play a land. In defense mode. Oh, fuck. Okay, what's with all this heist shit? Heist seems like the cheapest shit. Because they're stealing... They get to take cards from your deck, and then they... I don't know if... Do they get them in your hand? Or... It's just kind of bullshit. That's all. Wow, more heist? Seriously? I feel like this is gonna drag on. This isn't gonna go well for me. Let's go with this. Let's go with her. If I can get the roaming throne out, that might work. If I can get the roaming throne and the Warren War Leader out. Oh, motherfucker, is that what he took from my deck? Oh, but he just played one of them? Yeah, good job. Good job. You heisted me. I'm just gonna go for a single. I hope he's got a killer hand. Whenever you cast a spell, a target... Wow, heist your opponent... So he's a heist deck. His whole thing is about stealing my cards and using my deck against me. I'll just take the 5 damage. Go with this. Just a desperation move here. This is right to the wire. Oh shit, here we go. Got him, I guess. I got him, I guess. Alright, 50. Alright, we need one more. Oh, fuck. So we need 2 more wins. Why does this need to be so excruciating? Why can't it just give me what I want? Give me everything. Just give me what I want, and then I'll be done. Submit, Magic Card Arena. Submit to my will. The real Mapple. This is an interesting hand, although I'm not trusting it very much. Let's see. Let's see what I get. Let's see what they do. Okay, so I got another land, so I'll at least be able to start playing things. I can play everything in the hand right now, so that's at least something. I'm gonna go for this one. He's got no blockers, so I'm gonna send the haste guy out. What's he got? What you got? Counter target spell. Alright, seems good. Take the damage, come on. Whenever it deals damage, heist, you're obliged. Fuck me. Why is everybody using heist? What is this? What is going on here? Oh. I'm going to cast Recruit Instructor. And then I'm going to do this, and I'm target him. There we go. And then I'm going to attack, and then I'm going to get free cards in my hand. There you go. Deal with that. Because now I'm going to have cards in my hand. I'm going to be getting cards. You're a counter spell deck? Good, good. I'm generating cards. Good choice. Oh, and I get a... Okay. There we go. Ah, shit. Fuck, it's taking this is taking forever. And why is everyone using Heist? Heist Saturday. Come on. Fuck. I'm already so done with this match. Just because this guy's taking fucking forever. I am done with this match. This heist shit is... It's not even that it's, like, so cheap. It's just that it's taking fucking forever. Because he's not... It's not like every so often. Every time he hits me with that guy, he heists and takes fucking forever to do it. No. I'm gonna play somebody else with a better heist deck. I don't care. Not him. Not that guy. Fuck that. I'm denying him that. Fuck that guy. I don't know who he is. I don't know your name. I don't know anything about you. But fuck you. From the bottom of my heart. You take too long. Oh, Rose. You go first. This is a not great hand. If I get one white mana, if I get one plains, I'm good. Please just give me a plains. Just give me a plains. Give me a plains. Come on, right here. Top of the deck, just plains. The game's listening to me. And it's like, oh, you didn't like that last player because they took too long? Well, wait till this next person. Come on, plains. Give me a white mana. Good enough. Good enough. If I can get one more mana, I think I'm gonna go for this guy first. What the fuck? There, we got him. We're gonna get mice. If I use offspring, am I gonna get like an extra guy? There's a lot of heisting going on, and this seems like bullshit. I'm gonna go with this. And then I'm gonna attack with this. I hope you can destroy him. Interesting. Is anyone else noticing that this heist thing is happening in every single game today? How did he play? Oh, he's got tokens, okay. Wow. Oh, it does trigger an extra time. Let's see if I can last one more turn. This heist is... I'm getting heisted here. Getting shysted. Heisted and shysted. I could get 2 more of those out next turn. Really pump everybody up. You want to stop 18 damage there? That's flying. You can stop as much of it as you can, but you're still going to lose. That is the end for you! Alright, let's see what we got here now. So we need one more... Oh, we got a card? Never stalked by nightmares. I'm never stalked by nightmares. Human Noble. When Neva, stuck by nightmares, enters, return target creature or enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand. Whenever an enchantment you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put a 1/1 counter on Neva. Okay, so you put her in a deck where you are able to bounce things back and forth. When this enchantment comes into play, return a creature you control to your hand. Sacrifice this enchantment to do something really cheap. Play the creature, right?
Oh boy. Death. We need one more win. One more win. I will go first with this hand, yes. This hand looks great. Let's go with it. Give me a third land. Very nice. Let's go with this. And let's go with this. Let's make them want to destroy that. Keep their mind on that. Wanting to destroy that rather than let me have... Oh, okay. What the fuck? Everybody's playing Heist. I'll do that one. If I can get a 4th mana next turn, this will be beautiful. Is everybody using this exact same Heist deck? There's something going on there's some funny business going on right now. There is some funny business going on right now. This is honestly really odd. This never happens where everyone's playing the exact same deck. This is like unheard of. Bots? No. I'll get Embercleave. If I'm able to kind of do that again. If I get one more mana, then I'm good. Okay, that's interesting. And he flies. They fly now.
What is this? How the fuck? This is becoming kind of fucked up that everybody's using this exact same deck. No, I'm not doing this. I don't care. I don't care if I could have beaten that fucking next turn. I'm not playing this. I'll do one more, and if it's a fucking heist thing, I don't even know. I don't even know. I'll just get regular packs and fuck off. And we'll go back to hobbying, because, like, this is getting weird. Why is everybody using the exact same thing? Is there just, like... Is there some, like, Reddit or 4chan post or something that everybody's going, let's raid Magic Arena all using the exact same deck? This hand's terrible. I need a white mana or else I'm fucked. So let's do it. Let's play this, because this is probably going to be more bearable. Wait a second. You know what? Fuck this. No. No. I had a bad start, and I'm playing a mouse deck, and they're having a good start. I'm not doing it. I lose. Let's play another one. There we go. I'm not even drawing it out. Let's just go to the next one. I just want this next win at this point. This game's heisted my enjoyment for it at the moment. At least it's not heist. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, we've got the same sleeves. Uh-oh. That's not necessarily a good sign. Alright, red. Be scared of red. Be scared of red. Don't heist me. Don't heist me, bro! Oh yeah, exile a card from my hand. Go for it. You're gonna choose the... either the caller... Oh no, the instructor. He's gonna choose the instructor. He's gonna choose the instructor. He doesn't know what to pick. He's not gonna pick Mabel, because there's two of them. Go ahead. Pick one. Alright. Now we'll go for this. But he'll know what we're doing now. Go for this. And attack. Gotta bring it back. Four, 3, you want to take it? Okay. There we go! We got him. There we go. He was having the same experience we were just having. There we go. We got our gold. See, now you don't... Now at this point, when you get to so many wins in the daily things, it doesn't even give you experience. It just gives you, like, here's a card. Here's some gold. Here's a tiny little bit of experience. Alright, so now let's get these oh so splendid... Let's... Should I just get regular packs anyway? Because, like, there's regular packs, but then there's the mythic packs. Mythic packs, okay? Prepare to lose your fucking mind. Mythic packs. Let's get some mythic packs. Alright. We got some packs. Let's start with the regular one. Regular. So we have Repel Calamity. Destroy target creature with power of toughness 4 or greater. What's this? Helga. Skittish Seer. Frog Druid. Whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 4 or greater, you draw a card. Gain 1 life, and put a 1/1 counter on Helga. Add X mana of any one color where X is Helga's power. Did the music just go away? Why did the music go away? What happened to the music? It just okay, wait, hold on. Let's exit the game. I want the music there. It doesn't feel right without the Muzak. Give me that sweet, sweet Muzak of that environmental ba 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 ba, so that way I can finally be able to be free of this game for this evening. Okay. Mythic pack. Oh, and we got a mythic fucking whatever that is. Valley Rally. Gift of food. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. If the gift was promised, target creature you control gains first strike until end of turn. Okay. Target opponent exiles a card from their hand. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, draw a card. Okay, so with the flashback cost. Why'd the music die again? What's going on with this game? Hugs. Grizzly Guardian. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good if you have lots of lands in your hand. Exile, wait, when it enters, exile the top X cards of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play those cards. Oh, okay, cool. And he costs 4 for a 5/5 trample that you can cast. Okay, that's pretty neat. Oh, and then if there's some of those are lands, you can play some additional lands. Okay, that's not bad. Head of the home of the heads. Head of the head of the homestead. When head of the homestead enters, create 2/1/1 white rabbit creature tokens. Oh, it's good babies. This is good babies. Okay. Now what we got? Oh, mythic pack. Oh, these good babies. Clifftop Lookout. Reach. When Clifftop Lookout enters, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a land. Put that card onto the battlefield tapped, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay, that's sure, not bad. So when he comes into play, put a land into play. Pretty much. Not bad. Whenever you expend 4, Bark Knuckle Boxer gains indestructible until end of turn. Oh yeah, expend. What do we get here? Season of Gathering. Choose up to 5 mouse paw, squirrel paw, wolf paw. Choose up to 5 paw worth of modes. You may choose the same mode more than once. 1 paw. Put a 1/1 counter on a creature you control. It gains vigilance and trample until end of turn. 2 paws. Choose artifact or enchantment. Destroy all permanents of the chosen type. So you could choose that twice and destroy all artifacts and enchantments. That sounds pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds pretty good. Draw cards equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. That's also pretty good, especially if you have lots of mana. You make lots of, you can draw all these cards and then just dump out these like giant cards. All right, sweet. Well, that was mythic packs. That was mythic packs, I guess. So now let's see. We're rolling into 5 hours. I guess now we need to. I guess now we go back to. We go back to the Matrix. Okay, so back to the Thunderhawk. Okay, holy shit. And those pilots got all highlighted. So now it's gonna be Now it's going to be putting Agrax Earthshade over top of this entire model. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'm gonna set this to be right back, so I can set up the paint station again. Because right now things are not set up like that because we were doing some break time. So I'm going to need a few minutes. We'll be right back, and we'll be back at the Thunderhawk. Maybe we'll be able to start building this thing by the end of the night. Could you imagine? No, I don't want to remove Burb. What are you talking about? It's Burb. Brother Marines, a recent development has occurred where there is going to be a quick bonus step in between the highlighting, the highlighting and the wash. What that bonus step is, and I hope you're prepared for this, because this is about to blow your mind, is we're going to open up another one of these super glues that's probably just going to get used once and then never open up again and then be broken. And we're going to glue some stuff together. We're gluing. This is gluing. We're building, technically. You know that all those question marks around the build? Well, we are building. Right now. We're building. Look at this. Building. Unable to comply. Building in progress. We're building so much. So let's get to some building. Let's open this up. Get this bottle out here. Hopefully this isn't going to completely fuck up like the other ones did. Alright, we're good. So now I just need to make sure I do some quick dry fitting. Just to make sure I'm going to get these to line up right. Okay. Now let's do this piece. And I'm just using crazy glue. This is essentially just regular super glue. Let's give that a little bit of pressure. Okay. Oh, it doesn't want to go? Well, what's that about? Alright, let's get some super glue inside this whole area here. And then a little bit on here, if I can. Is that just, like, not sticking, or what's going on? That might just need some time. Because that is just not wanting to just stay. Need some time and pressure. Alright. And then we're going to do the same thing for these ones. I might leave the missiles because they are able to just kind of pressure fit in there. I might not worry about them so much. Because, like, none of those are glued in. So, it's fine. And if I really wanted to, I could have them removable and say they're fired, right? Those are the ones that got shot off. Okay, let's see if this stays like this. Oh, that's got good balance to it, though. Okay, we'll just let that sit there. The big The big black dick. Alright. Let's go to this now. And I want that to line up. Oh, well, that's wonderful. These... Okay, so I want that to line up with this one, with these. Okay, well, I hope this is gonna work. Put so much super glue in there. It's probably way too much. PC crash, what did you miss? Bonus step. We're doing a little bit of building. Building. Unable to comply. Building in progress. So this stage is coming before the wash, in other words. Just gonna pull out these bombs again. Because I'm probably gonna want to have those separated while I'm doing some washing on them. Because the wash is probably gonna pull them out. Okay, so I'm gonna set these three over here next to this. Put those ones away from it. All right, now for this side. So it's essentially the same deal. Where I just need to put some on here, get some on here. And then get some in here. Oh no, some of the super glue came out the bottom there. Oh, that's fine. I'll probably be able to, like, paint over top of that. That's fine. I used a little bit too much. That, or this super glue is really thin. Well, there we go. Now these wings are beginning to look a little bit more complete. Although that one might have a little bit of a blemish. I might just have to go over it again with some black paint. Just let that cure, and then I'll just go over it again with some black paint. It'll be fine. And then let these kind of... Hopefully these cure in pretty well. And these are the ones, missiles for that one. And these are the missiles for this one. And that kind of matters, just because of the way that they seem to kind of fit together. Alright, so I'm going to figure something out here. How am I going to place this all in a way? Okay, put those here. And then put these here. And then to do these washes, I'm just going to need like 2 different washes. Now I can probably put this away for now. Hopefully this doesn't get fucked up like every other bottle. I'm just gonna put it on, like, kinda. So it's not, like, all the way in, and hopefully that's not gonna... Oh, nope, and then that falls out. Okay. Glue is being sat there, hopefully not retired forever after this one mission. So now, things like this are all going to need to get a wash. And I'm going to start with those first, like the metallics and things. Because that's going to be kind of the easiest place to start. So, I still need to get some of those, so once again, we'll be right back. Don't go away. This was a bonus step. It's a bonus step. Brother Marines, brother Marines, brother Marines. We're back! We got our washes. But I have no idea how this is going to work. I'm probably going to want to use a little bit of a larger brush. Not too big. Maybe something like this. New brush taste. Okay, so we are going to use... on a few of these pieces, because there's not many of them. I'm going to use some Reichland Flesh Shade on these missiles, just so I can get that step out of the way. Alright. And it's really going to bring out the right color that I wanted for this gold. Now, the Agrax, either I avoid this spot, or I go over top of it, and it doesn't seem to hurt it too much, it just makes it much darker. And with this layer already on it, which is an important layer. I would definitely recommend for people to try it out. Reichland Flesh Shade on top of your gold. It's beautiful. Okay. So once again, I'm just going to let these sit over here. So that they can hopefully be nice and cured and ready for when I'm getting to those with the Agrax. But for now, there's a few things that are going to be nice. Like, these are going to be nice and easy to do. All of these little thrusters. But there's so many parts that I'm going to need to, like, go over and... Here we go. Okay, so what do we have here? Agrax. We got another Reichland Flesh Shade. We don't need those anymore. Alright. Let's shake up our Agrax. We're at 5 hours. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. And by here we go, I mean I'm taking a smoke break. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna be right back. I'm not doing... Alright, we're back. I got my coffee. We're back. We're ready. We're ready! I'm not ready. Okay. Let's start working on some things here and see what we can do. Let's see what we can get done. Let's see what happens. Here we go. Moment of truth. Oh, there's lights on this too? Oh. Well, I might have to... That might change the ways... I might have to do... I didn't realize there was lamps on the feet. So that changes things. I'm gonna have to go back to these legs and put some, lamps, or paint some lamps on them. It's kind of heavy shade. Am I going too heavy with it? Oh well. The feet will be really greasy and dirty. It's fine. I feel like that might need a little bit more. I might have missed some of this middle part here. And this part. I'm wondering if I should be thinning this wash. Do you normally thin a wash? Or it might just be the applicator because of the brush that I'm using. Not being like the standard sort of... Could be a lot of things. That stand up. I'm just hoping that that's going to work. Now I need to find a place to stick this into, so that way it doesn't touch anything. Right there seems like a great spot. Right there. We'll stick it into the cardboard. Okay, now a few more areas. If I can get some of this Agrex Earthshade liquid skill onto some things. Perhaps one of these. That's looking pretty good. I'll go with that. I don't know if I can get maybe this bottom area a little bit. There we go. Now I'll get this one. There we go. Excellent, excellent. Looking alright so far. Now, the heavy bolters and the laser cannon. Okay, so that's one. And let's get the second one. I didn't lose the red dot on this one, did I? No, good. Okay, good. Now... Thunderhawk, laser, blaster, mega, go faster, cannon... Which I'm just gonna try to hold by the ends to get this done. This one's gonna be tougher. Just because it's gonna be more surface area. And I need to spread this over. Okay, so there's the Super Mega Blaster Laser Master. Now, if I could just figure out a place to put it. Or how to put it down, even. Well, it's not going to sit like that. Okay. I'll just hold it for a second. Why not? I'll just hold it for a second. And then I guess we could do the missiles next, and then this, and then maybe we'll move on to the wings. And then after the wings, we could go on to, like, different parts of the hull, and then maybe the canopy. And then at that point, everything's pretty much been washed. And I think that means everything's done. And then at that point, we could probably even start gluing this thing together. Maybe we could get this thing done by the end of the night. So if you've been tuning in so far, you're a hero. This is taking a while. It's a big model. But at the same time, I'm not sure if I am going to build it on camera, because it might be difficult to be able to get everything to fit together. And then also keep it underneath the frame so everybody can see it. That's kind of an important detail, don't you think? Oh yeah, and then the tail fin, we need to get that done too. Okay, so let's... all the parts that are done... I'm going to remove these parts back, because I don't need them here. Although I need to remember these plates. Let's replace some parts with other parts. Oh, I don't need these ones here either right now. Or that. Okay. Alright, let's grab some additional things. You know, these pilots are looking alright, and then even these displays are looking alright. They're not even looking dog shit. This one looks better, but they're not even looking that bad. That's looking pretty sweet. That effect worked out pretty well. So, I'll have to keep that in mind. That's a good one. And then these guys, they got all their highlights. Yeah, they do. This guy's got like a big thing under his eye. He's got the tear. Here's all like the littler... These are all like the smaller parts. All things considered. Except for the wings are big chunker parts. Let's see, how did that glue look after it... Let's take a look. Is it still sticky? No. It just means I'm just gonna need to repaint over top of that one spot there. Where a little bit of glue leaked out. That's alright. Okay. Let's get to a little bit more of this. Because there is a little bit more of this to go. Let's see how far we can get. That is looking alright. Let's get some of this squeezed out here. So as long as I just keep going back and forth from front to back like this, it should give the... If there's any sort of streaks or like brush strokes, it should give somewhat of the illusion of kind of like oil or grease or whatever that's been running backwards down the hall. I mean, it's going to give a shading, but if it gives any sort, if it goes on a bit heavy, it's going to look just kind of like an oil spot or something. And you want to make, in this case, with this particular model, you're probably going to want to have that running from front to back. Let's see if I can get the back end of it now. Alright, that's looking nice and greasy and shadowy. Oh, I touched this part here with my thumb. Alright. Close this off again. Now, if I can find a way to sit this down... This might be a bit of a challenge. I hope that that works and doesn't fuck everything up. Alright. So now for, like, the central engine. Where can I hold this thing from? I guess from here and here. Is this brush? Is this brush getting bent? Something looks odd about this brush. I'm looking at it and it almost looks like it's bent or curved or something. Rubber brush. Oh shit, that's way too much. Get that off of there. Let's get some wash into here. Oh, this makes me think I may need to start to fix that red wing engine section before I can do the wash on there. Alright, so that part's done. I'm gonna need to rest that on something. Oh, we're bringing everything out. This is This is turning into a thing. Let's get towards another piece. The heavy bolter turrets. Do this part first. Okay, if I can get a little bit more of that shade here. Alright, those are both done. Now let's go for all these little things. Just go for everything. Go for broke. How can I hold this? I can hold it like that, right? Okay. That should help. Alright. Now let's get these ones. Go front to back. Get a little bit more of that shade here on the palette. Front to back, back to front. And then just try to rinse and repeat with this next piece. Oh, I just spilt a little dab of that wash here. I'm gonna get that there. I'm not gonna hit it with my palm or something. Alright, and front to back. Let's see if we can go across as much of this as possible. Some of this is already kind of pooling, right? If I can just go over as much of the body of this thing as I can with just what I have here. Okay, that didn't turn out, but it doesn't always. Okay, this is... There we go. What is going on with what's here on the palette? Oh, that's a lot. I guess it was just being weird. That happens sometimes. Let's try to get rid of any of the... Try to get rid of any of the pooling on flat areas. And if it's alright if it goes into crevices, I don't mind that so much. But just making sure it's not pooling together as just big smears like that. Maybe I need to be taking wash off. I'm gonna go with... Oh, okay, well I'm pretty sure that part gets glued in, so it's not gonna get seen. But we'll see. It might have gotten a little bit sticky there. So now, missiles, pilots, top wings. But in the meantime I'm gonna move some parts out. Okay. I'm gonna move these to the side here. I am gonna need to fix that one part on that one, though. Alright, so let's just get our trusty Abaddon Black. Let's get a little bit of that, put that right there. It was this one, right? The red one? Yeah, right there. I'm just gonna put some of this Abaddon Black over top of where that super glue leaked out. And hopefully that's just gonna matte that down a little bit. If not, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's not the end of the world. Let's get a little bit of more. Okay. Just let that dry, and hopefully that's going to fix it. If not, hopefully it goes away under the wash as well. You got lots of steps in the way to hopefully mask that up. So I'm just going to close this for now. Give it a little bit of a shake. And then I'm going to go for the missiles. Missiles. Alright. Oh, this is gonna be... This will be interesting. Okay. That's... one. And kind of based on how I'm doing this, the tips are going to probably, you know, they're not going to have much or any shade on them. But that's fine, because that'll also kind of work kind of like highlighting, where the rest of it's darker, but the tip's a little bit brighter. That's essentially even just the description of a highlight, right? To a basic level. Okay, so now let's get these ones. Oh, that went way darker. Let go of my finger. Alright, last one. And then... can do the top wings next. Those pilots out of the way. Get those pilots out of there! Get them out of there now! You know what? Fuck it. No, I should do the pilots with a smaller brush. Probably. I should probably do them with a smaller brush. Let's get them and let's get them over here. And then I'm gonna grab one of these. Yeah, and I'm gonna do this with the parts in, I think. Okay, so I'm gonna need to flip this one over and get the other side. Yeah, that side, but on the black one. Let's move that up like this. Which means this thing's gonna be hanging upside down, so that's probably gonna cause a problem, I imagine. Unless I can, like, lock that in there like this. No, I can't. Okay. Well, the las cannons are probably gonna have to get done separately then. Let's just get rid of this now. In advance. Okay. Now if I can get a little bit more wash here, put it on my palette. Oh boy, what am I working on now? This part. Unfortunately, when I'm working with, like, the black part, I don't need to worry too much about the shade making things too dark. I wonder why that is. I've not been able to figure that out, but it just seems to always work out that way. I must just be really lucky. Okay, now if I can have this hang out like that, that would be wonderful. And then if I'll see if I can get his las cannon here, which I'm going to hold by the cables, which I just realized that I hadn't done the cables. All the little details that I thought that I had done. Okay, I like the way that looks. Now, if I can rest this somehow, somewhere. And then get the other one quickly. Let's try to get this right now. So the two las cannons should have at least the same sort of greasiness look to them. Fucking greasy. Alright, now let's... That part's looking kind of dry. Now how am I gonna explain this one? Okay. And then, the red wing, if I can get that now. Need to make sure that I don't go too overboard with the shade here, because I'm gonna need to make sure all these things kind of match together. Okay, let's see if I can get this thing flipped over and do the other side really quick. Hopefully this is all gonna match up. Yeah, the key word there is hopefully. So hopefully this doesn't suck ass by the end of it. That's pretty much always been the goal. The any hole's a goal status of this Thunderhawk is just hoping that it doesn't look like shit when it's done. Okay, now if I can get the teeter-totter thing that this all connects into. Okay, I need to get this part now too. Okay. So now these wings done, these ones, missiles done. So we need to do the top, or the basic wings, and then essentially the rest of the hull inside and out. This is where things are getting real. Alright, so let's go remove some of these pieces now. here to get another part. Oh, no, I gotta keep brushing it. Bring the pilots back for now. Here's some... Because let's get some more hull pieces to put on the table. So we'll be right back. Alright, brother Marines. Brother Marines, brother Marines. Let's rip into this. So we got this back hull. We got these wings. When the wings are done, I can put these missiles back into them. And they each one has, like, they fit one side or the other. And then the back hull, which I don't need to do any of the inside for, except for these, like, flaps here. which should be easy. Should be barely an issue for these things. And so the wings, the back hull, and then the front hull and the inside of the hull. This should be doable. And then I guess I noticed now, somewhat late, but I noticed that there were lights on the... There was lights on the landing gear. So I guess I'm gonna have to go back for those. That's fine. It's fine. Or not, because ignore them. They're silver lights. They're metal. They give out metal light that only Necrons can see. It's like a signal. So let's go with... I don't know, the black one first? Let's move this over like that so we can get a little bit more room here. And then just remember that these missiles go with this one, and these ones go with this one. Okay. Let's go for it. I'm gonna go for, like, the wing first, and then I'll go for the engine after. Now, fortunately, a wash on top of a black paint really doesn't, you know, need the most focus and attention. But for consistency across the model, it should be noticeable, I would want to say. The same sort of hint that it would give on one side, you're going to want it on the other side. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about, like, the pooling as bad, at least on this side. It's not going to make so much of a difference. I just got to watch out for that light. I'm going to go down the back here. Let's get the inside of that. And then let's flip this thing over. Or actually, after giving it one more, just kind of coat evening. Just to make sure it doesn't make any sort of blobs. Coat spreading too. Alright. So that felt like a big waste, considering Alright, so if I just let this... So I'm going to need to get that engine part as well. And that's going to be the tougher part to get. Just because of how I'm going to have to hold this thing. I'm going to have to hold it by, like, the wing, probably. Okay, so let's let that sit there. Now let's try to get... I'm going to try to get the red wing while this one's drying. The same principle. Back and forth. Front to back. Back to front. If I can just get across this area. Stop it from pooling. Let's just try to go across the front here. Not too crazy, though. Just enough to kind of get in those crevices and continue this shade job from the top. I need to make sure I'm not going sideways, then that's going to create like sideways sort of streaks. That's right, we're traveling at warp speed right now. Straight line, no side to side. I don't know if this went on a bit too thick. I like try to save it a little bit with some water. Let's just try to get this done. Let's not worry about the little things. We can fix any problems later. Don't get hung up on something. Just keep going. Wing's a bit dark, but I think we'll be fine. I don't know if I can get the end of it now. Oh, and then, did I get this top thing? Looks like I did, but let's just get it again, just in case. Alright, now is this one dry? Drying. Okay. So if that's drying, we'll move on to another piece. We'll keep this ball rolling. And let's get some AC in here, because it is hot. It's hot in here. And wait a second, now that I'm looking at this thing as it's sitting there, and it's got a little bit of pooling going on. Oh, this is kind of interesting. What's happening here? Like I'm like taking that wash off. Just a little bit. That might not be a bad look on the wing. I'm just gonna leave that like that. We'll see how this thing works out in the end. Who knows? Maybe that was the worst thing to possibly happen. So let's shake up this wash again. We're gonna go for this final, or this the back hull piece. There's still gonna be the front and the inside to go after. So, I mean, get comfortable. We got lots to do left still. Alright, now these parts. I might leave these in, and then I'll remove them and do the insides of them after. So... yeah. That sounds right. I think. No, I'm gonna remove them. Okay, let's start with the black side. Which this wash is going to help mute a lot of that highlight. But just ever so slightly, and it might even... It could even exaggerate it more. Because if it's making things darker, it's still a considerably lighter color. But then again, it's kind of hard for black paint to get much darker, generally. Of course, I'm sure there are certain exceptions someone could point out. But generally, we're not using, like, light suppressant paint here. Another dab of it there. This brush is definitely bent. Look at that. This thing's bent. Not like it makes a big difference, but It is just odd to look at. Alright, so that is that end of the hall. Now if I can also get the bottom of it, and then those flaps. Did the music just stop? Video pause, continue watching? Yes. Alright, what the hell? It changed songs. It's not supposed to do that. I didn't give it permission to do that. Alright, now let's go from front to back and try to get as much of this as we can. And considering a good portion of this is getting covered up by other parts, I'm not too worried about exactly how well this part here is going. This is the bottom of the hull. I'm not too worried about this part here. Alright, that's looking alright there. Now if I can get these flaps, and I'm going to want to get them from front to back, kind of both ways. Oh, shoot. I'm not sure about how resting that's gonna really go. So I'll go with the inside where it's metal. So it's probably a little bit more forgiving if there's a little bit of variance there. Alright. So now, let these dry. These are going to need a moment to dry. And then if I can get the engine part of the wings, then I can start moving on to the front of the hull. But for now, these parts need to dry. So maybe I can move them out of here. Alright, let's see if we can get... Moose Force 1. Hey, Nuke. How's it going? Getting some, washes done. This thing's in its, like, final stages. So I'm gonna get the engine sections on both of these wings next. And then, when those are done, I'm gonna put these missiles back in. And then bring these back. And then probably either work on the front hull. I know there's gonna be... the landing gear that I needed to look back at. Because those... apparently... have lights on them, so I'm gonna have to go back to that. So let's actually get my smaller brush here. And I'm just gonna go over these Marines here, these pilots. I'm just gonna quickly just go over them with a quick wash. And I'm going to use a much smaller brush, just so that way it's carrying much less of this. Get everything here. Okay, now if I can get this other leg. And now, for my next trick, let's get all of this without getting that screen. There we go. Did I get this shoulder? I feel like I didn't. Alright. And now the other guy. And then just examples of like the lights that I found on the landing gear. It's just examples like that where it's always like you think you're done and then you find one other thing. Wow, I've gone through a lot of this wash just doing this one model. Because this wash was pretty much full, I want to say. And now it is very much not. But that's fine. This is what it was, that's what it was there for. It was there to be used. Okay, now let's see if I can get the legs. And then I'll try to swap out and get the handle again. Have a good night, Dark Tech. Let's try to get a little bit of this on here. Some shady grease. You know, that monitor actually came out much better than I thought it was going to. That looks great. Okay, so I'm gonna say that's pilots done. So I can get them out of here, finally. Alright. Then it's going to be finish these wings, and then there's the whole front half of the ship. There's so much left to do. And at this point, I feel like there's no need in stopping. I might as well just keep going. So that's what we're going to do. We're gonna fight on. We're gonna survive. This is our Independence Day. It's no longer just an American holiday. You know, that's a movie I've not watched in a while. Maybe I should throw on Independence Day. Not like the sequel, but like the good one. And I'm even sure that description's probably up for debate. What's up, Archantaris? Right now, I am in mid-process of giving, like, the final wash to this Thunderhawk. And then some final details, which I guess I might have only noticed last second, so I'm going to try to work those in. And this thing is about to pretty much get built. So you picked a good time to tune in. Very nice. Long stream today. That's right. Wrapping it up after this or gaming? I don't know just yet. Let me decide, because there's still lots to do. This might be going on for quite a bit longer of just this. So keep that in mind. This is a big part here. But this is also kind of like that home stretch. And it's in this kind of state right now where I feel like I kind of need to keep going to make sure everything's going to be matching. This is kind of a big step here. It's a crucial step. Well, thank you for your support, Archentaries. When brother Marines help brother Marines through the battles, that is a Space Marine. Okay, let's try to get this, because then after these two wings, and after I plug the missiles back into these, then there's going to be the front half of the hull, or the front section of the hull, and that has an inside and an outside. So there's going to be quite a bit of stuff that's getting done here. And it's just me slapping this thin dark wash on it. Putting this shade on it. And casting shade. Okay. Let's let... Oh, no! What happened there? All that paint just came right off. I guess it got stuck to my finger? Oh no! Alright, alright. Let's figure this out. I can probably slap some brown paint, some red paint. At least it's just on one surface. And then I could probably put some wash onto it and try to save that. But that's rough. Let's see if we can save this. I'm thinking that's exactly what happened, though, is that the paint was a little bit sticky, or my hand was a bit sticky, and it caught onto the paint. Let's just try to hit that with a little bit of brown paint. I'll try my best to save that, but I don't know. I don't know. It's looking kind of suspect. We'll have to see. Are these gonna go back in now? These are the ones from the right side, right? Are these the wrong ones? Yeah, I think these are the wrong ones. Let's try these ones again. And try to keep my sticky fingers from ripping paint off of this thing. That's rough. But I suppose it happens. When you don't know what you're doing. Alright, let's try to... Okay, that's looking dry. Let's try to get a little bit of red onto there. Hopefully I can fix this. Hopefully that's just gonna need just a couple thin layers, and then that'll go together all fine. We'll start just trying to plug these in right by now at this point. But yeah, I'm probably gonna need to give that a couple thin coats of red, and then try to give it a little bit of the wash, and try to blend it in with the rest of that as best as I can. Because that was unfortunate. That was quite unfortunate, right? So we'll just let that sit. So, how are you doing? Everything's falling apart over here. No, okay. It's great. Of course, it's at the very end. That's when something fucks up, right? Okay, well, at least I can bring this one back. Alright, let's see if I can give this thing another quick coat. That's still wet. Let's let that sit. I'll try to cover this red paint on the palette with the other lid. Oh boy. Alright, well. I got this far. Might as well keep going. And then all that's left after the wing is going to be the front hull, inside and out. Canopy and all, which the canopy I'm going to do with a smaller brush. The canopy I'm going to do with a much smaller brush. To make sure I've got more control over that. And there's not going to be, hopefully, any issues. Hopefully not ones as bad as this. Oof. Oof. I guess there's also going to be those feet. There's going to be, like, the landing gear feet that I'm going to need to go back to. So I guess that's a thing. I'll just let this dry for a second. And then, what else? Yeah, so I guess that's it. So I could probably even go get that part right now. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, there's a couple parts that I might want to do something with before I actually do the wash on this one. There's probably one small highlight that I want to do before I do the wash on this. And I guess it's not going to be that bad. We could just do the wash over, the hull and inside it out, and this isn't going to be that bad. Oh, Tony. Is it Tony cookie time? Let's get you some food, because Tony's hungry. Alright, we will be right back. We're not going anywhere, so I hope you're not going anywhere either. Alright, let's see if this thing... Let's see if this thing's back in action. Let's go to this. Let's take a look. It's still a little bit wet. Then again, so is this, so we're fine. Just gonna add just a quick splash of it there. Just make sure it's got a nice even coat to it. And then give it a wash when I get a chance on just that one spot. And then there's going to be the rest of it here, which, yeah, the canopy I'm going to want to do separately. I'm going to do all these parts individually, but there's going to be a highlight inside and outside that I'm going to want to do. Just one little quick thing. Just one little quick highlight. That's all I want to get done before I start working on it. Just let that cure a little bit. Maybe I can get away with this. I'll purposefully go a little bit heavier on the wash there just to mask that section a little bit. Alright, let's get rid of this piece. Okay. So this is the end here. Before it gets built, this is the end. Let's get this out here. I'm gonna give it a little bed to sit on. There we go. It's comfortable. Now I might just want to... I'm not sure how I'm going to want to do this. I'm probably going to want to do this in sections. But before I do the wash, there's a couple things that I want to do. I was considering it and how to do it, and then I thought about it, and I was like, yeah, that's what I need to do. And I might be able to avoid it. I don't think I need to do it on this piece, just because of the nature of this piece. It's going to be fine. But there's one part that I feel like it's going to be necessary to do what I want to do on. And that's going to be this piece. This one can probably get away with it because it's going to be in the back. It's going to be fine. And it's going to be in the dark all the time. But as for the rest of this, let's take this all apart. Just for now. Although I'm probably going to be wanting to wash it in parts too, though. That makes sense. So this part I can just leave like that. For now. I think. Okay. So now we've got this door that I'm wanting to work on. And I'm going to try to move some of these parts out of here a little bit. And I'm not wanting to go over too much of this with, like, a shade. Over some of the areas, but not all the areas. Or I'm going to try to be very selective about it. But I want to give these yellow parts a little bit of a highlight. So... I'm just going to take the yellow and a little bit of white, and I'm just going to make a tiny little highlight. That's pretty much it. Okay, where's this? Okay, let's take some yellow. Let's take some white. Let's mix them. That's a little bit too much white, I think. Too light. Needs a little bit more yellow. There we go, I think that's better. And then with our yellow highlight, yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I wanted to do. That's it. It's just that little, what was there? Oh, I guess there's this side. I forgot to do this side. So now it's got a little bit of an edge to it, where it's faded around the yellows too. There we go. That was it for that. So now, the wash. Oh yeah. Okay, here we go. Final wash. Because now we're on these last pieces here. I'm probably going to want to start with the inside of the hull. Because it would be less space, I think. Oh wow, this pot of Agrax went from like nearly full to like half. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see what damage we can do. I'll start with the cockpit. And I guess I kind of forgot to do those cables in there. Oh well. I could either do them after, or just leave them. They're fine. I'm not going to want to get this Agrax onto the green, the Tesseract green areas. I need to avoid those. Treat those areas like spaghetti and milk, right? But Slathe, I like spaghetti and milk. Yeah, well. Well. I'm not sure what you want me to say about that. Yeah, that went on to the Blood for the Blood God pretty safely, I want to say. And it kept a lot of the effect intact, and it also darkened the area that I was talking about, so that worked. That is one thing that just worked right there. I'll see if I can get these chairs a little bit. Alright, looking alright. Now when I get a chance, let's flip this thing over. And then see if I can get the underside of this thing. Which this part right here is never going to be seen. But we're getting it anyway. This part here is literally on the inside at an angle you can't even see unless you took like a dentist sort of mirror. There's no way you would ever see that part that I started with there on the bottom here. Then again, you know, some people are crazy and they'll do that. They'll be like, "Oh, did you paint this part that you can never see?" And then they pull out the mirror. They take out like the snake cam. Okay, that's looking alright. Now also, if I can get this area here, because I think that part's going to be visible. Alright. Now I'm going to need to try to rest this on its side. That's going to be the only way for it to not be contacting something that will get seen. Please stay. Let's go with that. There we go. Saved by a paint pot. Now, what do I want to do next? I'm going to do this part next. I'm going to do this part like by itself. Let's get just a little bit. Don't need a lot. I'm just going to try to get this, I think, up and down. Or down in one direction would probably be a good way. And then if I can get the inside here. I swear there's like a part in there that sounds like teleport, and it almost sounds like, I forget which, I think it was one of the Protoss units in StarCraft, and it's like, teleport successful. That part of the song always sounds like that to me. Okay, so where can I put this now? Same thing. I'll just try to gently rest that like that. Okay, now, you know, I'm gonna do this part separate. And it seemed like it didn't even cause problems for that. As long as at least if I wipe it off, it's not a problem. Let's get the door. And that looks fine for a thing that's going to be in the background. Alright, so there's 4 more pieces to get done here. So I think I'm going to start with the inside. That seems like a good idea. Oh, I should probably have removed those side doors. I can do that in a second. I can't do it right now while I'm halfway in the process of this. I mean, I could, but it would just be a bad idea. Let's get this whole inside slapped up with some wash. Yeah, I'm gonna need to let that sit so I can pop the doors out. So now if I go for the inside here, there we go, that's doing the same section. Somewhat. And a good portion of this, once again, is never going to be seen. Just really that area there, but whatever. A good portion, meaning that minority of the area here. Meaning that small section. Alright, let's just try to slap this across this whole area here. And that's really going to bring this all together. And get it off of the Tesseract green painted areas. It's okay to go over it once, but then just rub it off with your thumb or something. Now, considering this whole thing's so dark in there anyway, a lot of this might not seem necessary, but I think it will make a difference. Okay, so now let's go for this inside. Because once again, it's going to be somewhat the same area. Let's go for these ramps. Oh, the ramps have lights too. Okay, so I'm going to have to get that. Well then. The surprises just keep on coming. Even though I probably should have known these things by now. Okay, now if I can get just this inside here, which most of this, there's not even a lot of detail to, and a lot of this is going to get covered up by other parts. But let's just get this done evenly and consistently along the inside here, so anything that doesn't get hidden is going to look right. Oops. There we go, we'll just pop that back in, that should be fine. Maybe we'll open that up so that way this part here can cure a little bit. So it can dry. Alright, so that's all those areas from the inside of the hull. I still need to let this part dry a little bit. That part's a little bit... This part here is a little bit juicy still. So before I can pop those side doors out, I'm gonna need to wait. But this... that can go. And this... I believe... can probably also go. So we'll remove some parts. Alright. What are we rolling into? 7.5 hours? Holy shit. Let's see if I can pop these out now, just really carefully. I don't know, actually, that looks still pretty juicy there, so I'm just gonna leave that for now. If any, you know what, actually, I will do what I would not think I'm gonna do, and not do this. I'm gonna do this part. Keep the ball rolling. Keep the progress moving. Let's try to take a little bit of that off. Okay, now if I can just very carefully put this back in. Oh, if that'll even work. Let's take the outside, or the inside like that. I'm gonna need to get these parts too. Now if I can just very carefully hold this by the back like this. This is not an ideal way of doing this, but this is how we're doing it. Okay, get that closed off. Now, how am I going to rest this down? Alright. I'm just gonna have to hope that that rests upright like that, the way I kept it there. So now I'm gonna try to go for the top of the hull. Go for the top of the hull, and then hopefully that's gonna be dry by then. And then if not, I'll go for the canopy, and then... Oh, I think I chose the smaller brush here. Oh well. Wait, did I close that? What am I doing? Okay, now if I can get this side in a way that's going to be roughly similar to everything else, then we're good. Pretty much the goal here is hopefully things line up and look right. And if not, well, we tried. Alright, so that's the outside of that one. I'm going to say done. Okay, this is looking less juicy in around certain areas, so maybe I can get these out. There we go. Okay, there we go. We got both the doors out. So that way those can get washed on the inside. And then I guess kind of placed back on and then washed on the outside. Unless I'm going to want to wash them separately so that way they don't, like, stick. That actually might be a better idea. I'm going to get a little bit of this. Oops. Okay. So now if I can get the outside hull of this and then do the canopy, then that's end game. That's game right there. Alright. Then after that, it's just construction. But looking at the time, I'm not sure if I'm going to be going over 8 hours. I don't know about that one today, Chief. I don't think so, Tim. for this part first. And is there going to be a top to this? Yeah, there is. Okay, let's hold this by the back here. Hold it by this section again. And I'm just going to get a little bit of this down here, just in case. I don't know what's going to happen there. And then, as for here, I can hold this from the inside here. I can just try to get this inside here a little bit. And then get this back section. And then, in here. Mmm, delicious. Okay, now if I can let this try to sit somewhere. And then the side doors and the canopy. And then I think we're pretty much done. And we'll probably be wrapping up there. Oh wait, I already did these sides, didn't I? Yeah, okay. So now I just need to get this canopy done, and then that's it. So I'm going to get the finer brush. I'm going to shake this up a bit. And I'm going to go over the canopy with the same sort of... Oh, what happened here? Okay, well, I'll have to fix that. I guess a splotch of it hit the canopy. I think I'm fortunate that it didn't hit any of the windows as far as I can see here. So I'm fortunate. Actually, wait a second, it might have gotten a little bit. Let's just give this a little bit of a scratch. Yeah, it looks like it's got a little bit of a dot now. Let's just give that a little bit. It's a good thing it's on one of the red spots and not the highlight spot, really. So to fix that, it's just going to be Washes aren't usually too much of a problem to go over top of. Boy, this is looking dark, but it's fine. Who cares? It's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's go for the wash now. On the canopy. Oh, this is terrifying. Alright, let's go for it. I'm gonna start here. I think this is the stage with the canopy that really scares me the most. Start with all of the black side. Just make sure I get it all evenly, right? Alright, let's get some of this right here. Let's go for it. Right there. Oh, this is terrifying. Maybe spread some of this out. At least this is going to darken the red that's on the canopy, which should make it match a little bit more of the hull, because I noticed that the canopy was looking a little bit brighter, and that might just be because of the close highlights. But it also very likely could have been just because of the process of how it was painted versus the rest of the model. The material it's made out of. Which is, I think, the same material. Like, it's the same resin. It's just that one's transparent resin, and one was an opaque resin. Oops. Okay. Let's see if we can go for the rest of this thing. Oh no, that's going a little bit too thick. Too dark. Let's get the rest of this on here. Make sure this is all covered in all the areas. That's looking pretty right. So then I guess now there'd be the inside of it as well. Which probably isn't going to need very much. But I suppose for the sake of consistency, right? Now getting this... Oh no, okay. Gotta be careful about that. Getting this wash on some of these areas here is probably going to be very pointless. But oh well, we're doing it anyway. Alright. That looks like the final piece right there. And just underneath 8 hours. Ugh! So I need to let this still dry some more. But I think that was a pretty good one. So I'm pretty sure everyone's passed out by this point. We're just gonna wrap this up, just abrupt. But thank you to everybody who dropped in. Let's go to the members first. Members exclusive. We got a shout out to Curry. We got a shout out to Peggy. We got a shout out to Dark Tech. We got a shout out to Omesta. And that would be for our members. And then all the rest of you, because why not? We got a shout out to Graham Patch. Limey Graham. We got a shout out to Pezza, a champion. We got a shout out to Nuclear Fire and a shout out to Archantares. So I hope everyone has a good night. If you managed to sit through 8 hours of this VOD, you are a lunatic, but you're also a champion. Have a good night.